now. A couple of losses against Mahac and against Casper Ruud, and he's got all those changes that we've talked about as well. But Billy Harris has been about as good as he can be, so if he can take some solace out of some of the losses that he's had, that he's actually hitting the ball pretty well, you just never know. And there will be some start to the contest tonight. Maybe now 27 years of age. Quarterfinals, of course, at the Australian Open last year, and a late night thriller with Daniil Medvedev that lasted a minute shy of 4 hours. Lost the previous year to Sebi Korda in a final set, long tie break. So he's had a couple of tough moments in Melbourne. Of course, a tough finish to his match with Zverev last year, where there was an opportunity for him to clinch it for Team Poland. So he'll be hoping to perhaps right that particular wrong of 12 months ago. But standing in his more immediate future, the 29-year-old from Great Britain, ranked 125, Billy Harris.
Right, so gentlemen, as usual, there's going to be a picture in front, please, with the kid, and one without. We have the net machine, 25 seconds between points. You have the boxes for the towel in the four corner, and the assistant that can bring the box with the towel, okay? Do you have any questions? No? Billy, is going to be your choice. John Newcomb or AO? AO. Here we go. John Newcomb. Serve. Stay. Picture, please. Stay in the middle.
Fast golf between these two, not just in terms of rankings right now. Hubie residing at 16, of course, has been a consistent member of the world's top 10 for the last few years, but dropped out because of the dive at Wimbledon in the second round against Artifice, where he tore his meniscus and basically didn't play too much tennis for the second half of the season. In fact, it was a miracle he was on court. This man's birthplace of Nottingham, he does come from the Isle of Man as well, and he has been a man in a van, as you have probably heard over the last 12 months. Spent a vast majority of his time over in Europe at the Futures, battling it out in a transit van that he had equipped for his travels with various things, including a stringing machine and a stove, which is a vast cry from the multi-millionaire status of Hubie Hurkacz, who has been known to drive around in a McLaren or two over the course of his illustrious career that he has earned by the quality of his results on the court. 8 career titles for Hubie Hurkacz. A couple of them have come when he's been saving match points, as it did against Shanghai in 2023 against Rublev. His most recent coming in Estoril on the clay. And that title in Portugal was an important one for him. Just a couple of question marks around his performance as of this particular moment. Billy Harris has got perhaps enough in his game to just have Hubie a little anxious before they square up for the very first time. It would be a significant win for Billy Harris ranking-wise, his biggest win coming against Etcheverry last year at Queen's, who was ranked 32 in the world, the Argentine, and of course Hurkacz, even though he has dropped down the rankings, is half of that particular number right now. Billy Harris broke into the world's top 500 in December of 2021, and then it took him a couple of years, partly due to COVID as well, to be able to break into the world's top 200, which he did in December of 2023. And was just that one place off breaking the illustrious, or elusive, I should say, world's top 100 in September of 2024. As we see the fans that have packed in once again here on a slightly overcast day in Sydney. Well, welcome back, and we say a warm welcome to Alex. Congrats so far on guiding this Team GB to this particular stage. The mood in the camp must be very good.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, the mood's been brilliant. Billy, who's out on court now, he pretty much got us over the line with that one set against Echeverry when we played Argentina, and then followed up with Katie Bolter destroying her a couple of opponents in the group. We managed to get through, so yeah, really pleased, and everyone here is very happy.
How does Billy feel after that match last night with Alex de Minaur? I didn't think he played that badly. A lot of tight service games. Hopefully he's not too dejected after that, because the scoreline looks that way, but I didn't feel like the match was.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. And I was speaking to another coach we've got here, Craig Veal, and obviously this is a unique format. Billy's lost both his matches and then he's back in court the next day. So that mental resilience, which he has in abundance and has shown his whole career, will come into play today to get himself up for it. He's fine with it yesterday. I mean, we could all see how well Alex plays and how many kind of levels above what Billy can produce on his average day Alex can play, especially here in Sydney, having to beat Billy by an easy score. You know, you're probably going to get a best version of Alex de Minaur. So yeah, Billy's fine with it, and just kind of looking at this match, looking at this matchup, looking at what he can do, and getting ready for today.
Alex, I don't know if I'm going to get you, or we're going to get you, but ahead of the women's singles, I just want to get your thoughts. I mean, Katie must be super excited to take on Iga the way that she's playing right now.
She is, and it's a reward to have a go at Iga today for the composure and the way she's played in the group, and she's been our main player during the group, really pulled us through, and yeah, as I said, cleaned up Podorowska and Gadecki yesterday. So yeah, it'll be a good match. I think she's going to go out there and give it to Iga, go for it. Obviously Iga's so good, so yeah, it'll be a fun one to watch.
And just finally in this match, it's easy to get sort of hung up trying to return Hubie Hurkacz's serve, but actually if you can do 50% of the game very well hanging on to your own serve, you give yourself a chance in that breaker, don't you?
100%. That's going to be absolutely pivotal today. It's going to be so important to Billy that, yeah.
You can wish him good luck from us in the box, because I'm a Brit. There's a neutral American here and a neutral Aussie on car. Looking at Todd Woodbridge, looking at me. Good luck, Alex.
Yeah, thanks so much. Cheers.
Yeah, Alex Ward, a big part of the setup over there in the UK right now at the National Tennis Centre, and he will be looking after some of the Brits in qualifying. Right now, though, his focus and our focus is on the first match of the evening to try and make it through to the semi-finals of the United Cup. Team Poland against Team GB. And welcome to Todd and Jim.
Good evening, everybody, from courtside. It's just a nice 21 degrees down here. A very different feel, I've got to say, than what it's been throughout the week here. A lot cooler.
Promising start here.
Cooler conditions. Good evening, guys, by the way, and everyone at home. Cooler conditions are not just pleasant for the players' bodies, it also offers a little bit more control of the tennis ball. In the cooler conditions, the ball not quite as lively, but quite a lively start from Billy Harris tonight, as you see the details on Hubert Hurkacz. And control, something that's been lacking in the forehand wing of Hurkacz in his 2 matches here so far on the singles court. No real problems with his serve, but
as you were saying,
yeah, the serve is an eraser that can get rid of a lot of problems, a lot of stains on the page, but he needs that forehand to sharpen up here to build a little bit of confidence. That's the side you would expect Billy Harris would be looking to get into. First, you got to get into the point.
Yeah, McLarens don't buy themselves, but first serves do.
But it's interesting you talk about the forehand. I had a good chance, guys, to have a little catch up with Nicolas Massou and talk about the last match that he played. And one of the key things that they were trying to work on is movement. And movement's obviously essential to get the feet in the right place, to get the right strike on the ball. And one of the key things is that they had a block coming in here. They had 10 days of training, and the knee started to worry me a little bit, got a little bit of fluid on it and had to take a break, had 10 days off from hitting balls again. So that was not ideal to their preparation coming down here. It's all been fine since they've been here. It's all going well. But again, that was just a little dent in the confidence that has shown through here. So still really, you could call it trying to get back fully from what happened with those injuries last year.
Just to see where he directs a lot of his traffic. Does quite like the wide serve, Billy Harris on the due side, which does fit nicely into that pattern, into the forehand. Well, that is one of his better returns of the tournament. Held his balance beautifully there. Lovely little flick. And he doesn't mind a backhand down the line, does Hologic.
Both tall men. Hologic, one of the great first serves in men's tennis, and Harris not quite as tall and not quite as powerful on his first deliveries as Hologic, but that was a good one, 196. That's a nice 1-2 punch.
I like to see him being active with his feet through the ball, through the middle of the court. At times you feel he's either late getting there or he'd actually rather hit a backhand. That's a good sign, good spacing. Easier for Harris and Hologic in his opening service game to hold on to make it one apiece.
Todd, I got a chance to talk to Hubie yesterday, actually, in the afternoon, and was asking him about the comeback from the meniscal tear he suffered in his right knee at Wimbledon last year. And he said that, you know, the surgery was successful and he came back fine, but the fluid in the knee was really bothering him, and it hasn't really let up yet. He said he still gets a little bit tight in there with the fluid. I think over time the doctors think that will take care of itself with the proper treatment. But he played a lot of tournaments at the end of last year, really kind of like on a half tank of gas, right? Just wasn't able to move the way he wanted to, not as practiced as he would like to be, which it sounds like he's in sort of the same boat here as far as the practice goes. He's another one of those guys who's been floating around in sort of 5 to 12 in the world for a while. He's dropped out and dropped down because of his inability to play with that injury as of late outside the top 10. But trying to figure out, how do I get my hands on a big trophy? And he is a darn good grass court player, isn't he? Last player to beat Roger Federer at Wimbledon.
Yeah, semi-finalist there, and as I say, quarter-finalist last year at Australia. He's been making some nice little moves through the majors. He said his decision to move away from Craig Boynton was driven by that desire. I was watching him practice, actually warming up. I don't know if he's feeling it a little bit again in that knee. He wasn't moving great in practice.
He is. He told me that yesterday. He's got a little bit of swelling in there from the matches. Hard court's very difficult on the body at the best of times. All the hard braking, change of directions that the modern game requires. It's highly physical.
Well, it's nice to see him jogging a little bit to the chair, but there's no question that he's just a little hampered out there. But the serve has got him into a 2-1 lead. Well, he's a man that likes fast cars, does Hubie Hurkacz. I don't know if he likes fast airplanes or not, but Sydney Seaplanes is a pretty popular choice around here to get above the Sydney Harbour, the Eastern Beaches, and of course the Sydney Opera House and the Harbour Bridge. You can go and fly down the Hawkesbury River, and you can even take a seaplane over to Rose Bay to Cottage Point, land on the water and have a bit of dinner and come back. But that's only for the elite of the elite, the Todd Woodbridges of this world.
Well, that's about the size of the plane that I'd be able to afford, probably.
I could afford a paper one. I'm just making it now. It's a very unique event. It's a great event. It's obviously been through a couple of iterations, and they've done a nice job in terms of being able to condense it down to the top players, men and women, and of course the mixed doubles, the shortened format from the opening edition of the United Cup, where there were 2 singles players and a mixed doubles as well, with 5 matches. Just went on a little bit. This has worked very nicely. Well, in that second round match against Artifice, had to withdraw in the breaker in the 4th set, and then was told that he pretty much would be pulling the ripcord on the season after that when he went back and spoke to a couple of the surgeons, Hurkacz. However, having spoken to a few other people, including Novak Djokovic, ended up going under the knife on the 15th of July. And against all odds, was lacing him up in the Canadian ATP 1000 event over in Montreal against Kokkinakis. Well, we know he's a bit hit and miss off the return, Hurkacz, but if he is carrying just a slight problem with that knee, you just wonder just if he'll be even more aggressive to try and keep the points even shorter if he can.
A really nice start for Billy Harris to settle in here against a player of Hurkacz's caliber. Again, coming off of a really interesting experience. He's a guy who's been playing in the minor leagues for most of his career. Did have a wonderful grass court season last summer over in the UK. Tomas, the third match here. He's played 3 different styles of players. Tomas Martin Echeverry, the first, another tall player from Argentina, but a little bit more pop on the forehand than he's seeing here tonight. Then he played Alex de Minaur, just hit him hard with the flurry of aggressive shots and aggressive footwork, and it was over very quickly, that one. He's going to have more time on the ball tonight in the baseline exchanges than he's had. Echeverry didn't allow him to operate in the second and third sets with much aggression. He overwhelmed him, and well, from the jump, de Minaur did that. Tonight, he's playing against a guy who historically is one of the smoothest but slowest ball strikers in men's tennis off the ground, Petch. What's that going to do for Billy?
Well, on one hand, it's going to give him that precious commodity of time. The downside for him, it's going to come through low because he's also one of the flatter hitters in combination. But it's also going to force Billy to have to try and generate pace off his forehand side. And that is going to be interesting for me. If there is a flaw in his game, I love his backhand. It's very solid. Making pace and dominating with that forehand isn't his forte. But the backhand is a work of art.
Not easy to get a lob over someone as sizable as Hurkacz. This drops in just inside the baseline. That is beautiful.
That's one of his better forehands of the tournament, coming from Hurkacz. A little clenched fist as Team Poland lead 3-2 in the opening set. Look at that wonderful pace. Not just the height that he obviously gets, but pace and spin from Billy Harris getting over Hurkacz. Świątek, perhaps the catalyst for a boom in Polish tennis in the next decade or so. Certainly a popular duo. It's going to be quite interesting watching Masu here at the changeover. There you can see him looking about driving into the two-hander, but there was definitely some chat about using the slice off the double-hander for Hurkacz. Trying to break up the rhythm for Billy Harris.
For Billy Harris, every one of these matches at the United Cup is really important on a couple of levels. One, there's fantastic prize money available just being a part of the team, and that's helpful for a guy who hasn't put a lot away in his years on tour at 29 years. He's still trying to crack the top 100 for the first time. He's been as close as 101 in the world late last year. And he's played a lot of small tournaments where the amount of points that you would win for winning the entire tournament are equal to what's available to him if he beats Hurkacz today. If he wins this match, his ranking would be projected to go from 125 in the world up to round about 110 in the world. Get him knocking on the door of getting into double digits, and that is a milestone for every player, but especially one who's been toiling in the minors as much as he has. So this is not something he should want to be thinking about, but we certainly are for him. It's a big moment for him on so many levels. And of course, if he gets a win here, it puts GB in a great spot, right? Świątek is rough. She's certainly the favorite against Bolter, and the mixed doubles, if it's one apiece, anything can happen.
But he loves that serve out wide. This Hurkacz a number of times has just tried to nullify it with a little block return. It's not worked out for him. Pulls up alongside him at 3 apiece. It's been a remarkable kind of rise up through the rankings and experiences for him. Didn't play his first challenger until 2022. Didn't win his first tour match until November of 2023 in Bulgarian Sofia. Andrei Husler, a Swiss player, going down in the final set to breaker to Billy Harris. Todd, no great surprises early on in these opening 6 games.
No, and I'm sitting here contemplating, listening to the story of Billy and the rankings, and where can he now find more to keep improving? And there's obviously, quite a few areas. One of them is to find some fluidity in the serve when you look at both service actions. Nicely done from Hubie there. Hubie's got this lovely languid serve that just kind of, it's able to pop the ball into corners, whereas I think Harris really needs to try to work on showing some more strings down the court. It's a very lateral serve from the back. It doesn't move off the court very much, so it's quite returnable. And that's a touch of class.
That looked like Todd Woodbridge drifting in there in the doubles there, just popping it back over. Beautiful stuff from Hubie. 4-3.
Yes, I made a few half volleys. That was because I didn't get in quick enough to make the first volley.
I was on the receiving end of far too many of those. Look at that. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with that.
Sometimes we say right here, soft hands. Just look at his racket there. He's not squeezing the grip hard. He's holding it just enough to be able to control the ball. And that's all about what at times we talk about feel and touch. People that don't have that feel would really be getting anxious right there with their hand on the racket and try to really grip it hard. And that was a really great camera angle of actually showing what you need to do to actually just hold it smoothly to take pace off the ball.
I always love when Todd takes a shot at me without actually saying my name. And those, I always appreciate that. Thanks, Todd. Longtime teammates.
Undefeated.
Let's just take another look at this bit of tennis out. Look at the racket just going back, softening the pace, killing it.
What would you reckon that his grip pressure would be at that point if 100 as hard as you can be? 60, 60, 50?
Yeah, I would say 50 is just enough to be able to control the racket face without, putting pressure and forcing the ball.
It's lovely to watch.
Todd, I want to circle back. Can Billy Harris improve his serve at 29 years of age? If you were coaching him, would you try to, and could you?
Yeah, I think you just do it incrementally. I mean, he's obviously got the power, but the other part to it is that he's very thick up in. Like he's like a bouncer. Put a black shirt on him and put him outside of the club, but you wouldn't want to get past him.
Well, you'd want to.
Well,
yeah,
he wouldn't let me in.
It depends what the club's like inside.
It depends, yeah. but so look at the two athletes. There's only a couple of inches separating them in height. And there's the issue with the serve. It doesn't have enough shape and spin to move and get it to dip down in the court. But I think he's very, very solid. He's in good shape. There's no doubt about it. Very strong. But I reckon he could be a little leaner in the upper, as a little more like Hurkacz is. And I think that will help him a little bit to rotate through the shoulders here. Nice work there. Going to get a little look at his service action here, and when I mean very lateral, if we can get it's not quite the angle, but you'll see here that the shoulder, the back right shoulder, doesn't really push back much, and then the racket is very straight there. That's the old-fashioned position. The modern serve today has more strings open to the court. You see here, you can't see any strings there. And if he could try to get a little bit better in that position, I think he can get more shape on the ball. Because returning's interesting. If the ball moves off the court with some spin, you don't catch it out of the center of the racket as easy. Yes, you're going to make it, but it falls a bit shorter. You get that +1 shot easier. When he hit it as hard and flat as what he does, it's easier to block it back and get yourself in the point. And that's particularly when you're playing in these next levels where he's moving to.
It's subtly done there. And Todd, we've seen in the last 2 years that if a player makes up their mind that they're willing to make a change, they can make them. We've seen Jannik Sinner has changed his serve a couple of different times in the last 2 years, changed his footwork entirely from a platform serve to a step up, where his back foot was static. Now it starts back and comes up to his front foot. Smoothed out his take back as well. He's made major changes during the season and seen a great outcome. So if you're a player like Billy Harris wondering if you should be willing to make changes, you don't have to look very far. Just look at the top of the rankings and you'll see that it can be done. Alcaraz changed his take back as well.
Rafa, go back through the years.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
His forehand.
Sure.
What we considered when he came on the tour as the greatest shot has been through at least 3 iterations.
Yes.
We haven't seen much tension in service games up till this point, but with the new balls, maybe control a little bit lacking here. Here's a little bit.
Tended to want to go wide in these pressure point moments. And he tried to change it up to go down the tee, and he's missed it. And Hubie jogging back, giving himself some time here.
You could just see the lack of confidence in that return of serve swing from Hurkacz. Just didn't quite center that one, Todd.
No, his ball striking's not that great. I've got to tell you, he's like you'll see here.
Todd, please do not sugarcoat things.
Yeah. Yeah, that was bit of frame on both almost. And I think a lot of that for me has got to do with his moving at the moment, just not in the right position.
Nothing wrong with the movement on that one. So they're level at 4. Let's take a look at the 2 service motions side by side if we can. Hurkacz on the right of screen. It's a one-piece motion. It's fluid. It never stops moving. If you look at the left of the screen, when Billy gets up to here, the elbow sort of locks for about a half of a second. That never happens with Hurkacz. Hurkacz just keeps flowing, and Billy has to kind of restart the car almost. It's a little bit different. I would probably start there. Let's try and pull that together into a one-piece and see if we can get a little more momentum, because momentum matters here. You got to just keep everything moving together in a well-oiled machine.
He gets quite deep with his elbow and tight to his back as well, where you look at Hubie, very much more like a javelin thrower.
Ironically.
Yeah, because it's Billy Harris's brother threw the javelin for the Commonwealth Games.
14 left.
Nice and easy on serve for Hurkacz. She was knocking on the door in the previous return game. It is 5-4. Todd, did you make any major technical changes in your career?
Absolutely. I mean, my serve was a work in progress from a young age. I started in the eras of watching John Newcombe and all these famous Aussies, and they used to cross over. I started on tour landing on my right foot, not on the left foot. How about that? So I made a lot of changes, and you know, one of the interesting one for me at 5'10", at 178 centimeters, was I used to struggle with shape, and so I then started fiddling with the length of the racket. I tried a full inch longer, went 28 inch, and that helped enormously. I found it a little harder with my volleying, so then I pulled that back to 27 and a half, and my serve improved dramatically. So you're always looking for areas to improve it.
That's part of the Aussie summer at tennis, hot shots, and well, that is a pretty decent effort from there. I'm not giving myself a chance to get that through on the first try. Oh, that was a nice second bite of the cherry. A little decent pace on that, maybe a little bit more than Hurkacz getting on his forehand at the moment. Was it a little bit of confidence builder that he got to juice in the last game when he felt a bit more confident to get after that forehand if he's in a similar situation here? Talking of service motions that have changed in recent times, Katie Bolt is one to look out for in the next match against Iga Swiatek, the world number 2. Remodeled it last season. First time started it after the Olympics, and then put in a good shift in the off-season, which was short for all the players.
Love 15.
Better serve there for Billy. You know, one last interesting fact about Harris's serve is where he actually holds the grip. He holds it a long way down, so he doesn't get the wrist flexion through the ball. You see where he's
he chokes up on it, doesn't he?
Yeah, the butt of the racket, so you don't get this nice flick. He needs to kind of try to get that back down in the hand a bit. And I was just going to bring up the late, great Neil Fraser, who passed away just before Christmas, one of Australia's iconic legends of the game. And Fraser had one of the best left-handed serves there's ever been. And he used to serve with his pinky finger completely off the racket. And he had this incredible ability to shape the ball because he had it right down low in the palm of his hand.
14-15.
If you choke on the racket, you just can't get as good a wrist snap and flexion through that ball.
Game. Team Great Britain.
An auspicious start to the game with a double fault, but he put that behind him very quickly with some wonderful serving. No chances there for Hurkacz as we drift towards a potential opening set tiebreak.
Already up to 7 aces. Hurkacz pumping that one over 200. But yeah, the movement definitely does not look as explosive as we're used to seeing from Hurkacz, and that's understandable if he's feeling a little bit of swelling in that knee to protect it. It's the right knee. Oh, that's nice. Really good read of the play there. What do you call that, Petch? Serve and?
Survey.
Serve and survey. See what happens after the serve. If it floats, you float in and take this forehand out of the air.
Another ace to add to the collection as we head towards familiar territory for this man. A tiebreaker, 6-5, Team Poland.
Team Poland leads 6 games to 5.
Stasinski, the Team Poland captain, just to the right of Hubi Hurkacz. Nicholas Massou standing up there as they try and find a solution to the problems that Hurkacz is having on the return. The Flamingo is going to be there for the duration of the tournament. It's become a bit of a lucky mascot for Team Poland after it headed down to the tidal pool on their day off. Harris trying to take this opening set into the tiebreak here. Had some very good accuracy in this last service game, and that's continued
15.
Didn't get deceived by the opening serve down the tee. He has had a lot of serves directed into his forehand on the deuce side. And he lent that way, and he is perhaps going to save himself the ordeal of tiebreak. Opportunity developing here for Hurkacz.
Can hear Nico Massou, his coach, saying, "Good shot, bravo, Hubie." That's a shot they want to continue to encourage him to go after, Todd.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's the right time to go out after it. 15-30, and we know that Harris's forehand breaks down in that situation more so than the backhand, and that's where I kind of get a bit worried for Hubie that he doesn't really have a strategy. They're just working on shots other than a game plan at a key moment in a set. I would have been drilling it back into the Harris forehand, trying to get him to make an unforced error.
I'm with you, Todd. I think when players are working on specific things, the time to really try them if you're unsure and it's still a work in progress is when the pressure is very minimal. When you have a lead or it's 40-love in the game, something along those lines. But in that situation, he should have gone cross court.
Yeah, well, there's two things happening, isn't it? You're trying to work on that, but you're also trying to get the win because you need the confidence to go with it. So I think we're both seeing that.
Yes.
Got this.
Advantage.
Just looks as though Billy Harris for the first time is paying a bit of a reputation tax here. Would be a significant scout for him ranking wise. And that failed attempt on the backhand side brings up a set point for Team Poland.
Yes.
Well, it makes sense to direct traffic into that forehand side on the big points. It is the return that he misses more often than his backhand.
Now that was well played, wasn't it?
Advantage, Team Poland.
That's exactly what we were just discussing about the right time and the right point to play, and her catch comes up with it.
Second chance to close out this opening set.
Yes.
Dropped the pace on both of those first serves on the set points has Harris, and it's worked out nicely for him.
First serve's not coming with an immense amount of pace. That one 183, the other one was in the 180s as well, the point prior, and Hurkacz chipping it when he actually would have enough time to block it or swing over it if he so chooses, but whatever reason, opting for that. That's something you would see him do more often against something with a two-handle on it, not a 180. I think it all just sort of boils down to still searching for confidence.
Yes.
Most of the points when he's in front of the ball and when he's in charge of the rally. When he plays himself, basically.
Here's your indicator of which shot he trusts more. The backhand. Harris stepped around to hit a backhand after the return, came back in, and then how sweet was that last two-hander to finish the point off. Gorgeous, and gets him to game point.
Fabulous effort.
Team Great Britain. Six games all, tiebreak.
And a tremendous arm wrestle on the final point of the 12th game of this opening set. Billy Harris with a lovely riposte there on the forehand side to gain the advantage. Back in behind Hurkacz. And it sets up a thrilling finale in this first set with the tiebreaker.
Very good. That's away.
Team Poland.
Hurkacz over the last 52 weeks has played 51 breakers. He won 29 of them, just over sort of 50%. The best on tour last year was the best male player of the year, Yannick Sinner, in terms of percentage of tiebreakers won. 25-8 for the Italian.
Let. First service.
Be careful that he doesn't keep dropping it in at that pace into that forehand side. Hurkacz is too good a player not to take advantage in a moment.
Some players have struggled looking up
Team Poland.
into the canopied roof, all the lattice work. It's a complex view.
You're being kind there, Jim. I mean,
Okay,
this is a case.
Go on, Todd. Go ahead and bash him. Go for it, buddy.
No, but hang on. See, like we're talking about the serve and getting that little bit of nip over the top of the ball. That's exactly what happened there. The hand was too tight. He never got any flexion down to flick it down into the court as a technical error.
Welcome to my world. Todd Woodbridge, hard truths.
It's tense courtside.
I think he's still smiling from Natasha sending that text, would you even get to the ball last night?
Fair point. Fair play. Hurkacz with the mini break in hand. He's been serving up a storm, hasn't he? 8 aces, made 3/4 of his first serves into play. Has not lost many points on serve tonight.
Kind of feel he got a guess here. Out wide, guess. Makes it tee too good.
Team Poland.
So hard to catch up to that serve when you see it a fraction late. The one down the middle, maybe you got half a chance you can swing on your forehand, but if you're going to gamble on one, I think that's the one you got to go with Hurkacz. Here's his chance. Second serve. Sensational rally. Billy Harris just not getting enough on the forehand after he'd outmaneuvered himself. And when you do that, you can't go for a marginal gain against somebody like Hurkacz. He saw the line was open. He was always going to take the shot.
Go, Billy.
Bit of class from the former world number 6. And a bit of distance between the two of them. missed it.
Almost outsmarted himself. It was a simple down the line backhand pass, staring Hurkacz right in the face to finish the point off, and he just he slid into it. He could have ran onto the lots of things he could have done differently there, but that's a real let-off considering the quality of the point he'd played prior as well.
So surprised to see him with his right leg across himself. I mean, he is the most open backhand hitter that we have in terms of his footwork at the back of the court, Hurkacz. I mean, even through the middle of the court when you hit it there, he's kind of playing off his left leg. And that one, he went right-legged and then had to try and hook it back. As you say, he just outthought everything about that shot. And it gives Harris a little chance to salvage this opening set.
It certainly gives him some pep in his step. No doubt about that.
Well, I'm going to go again, Jim. Just on the fact that, I mean, I know they've played a couple of very, very tough points there, and they need a bit of extra time, but that was nearly like a full changeover after 6 points.
Are you this harsh on your contestants on tipping?
I think there was something in his barramundi at lunch.
They get a question wrong. I mean, what were you thinking? No, but seriously, this has taken a long time to change ends in what's supposed to be moving. You know, that's an issue for our sport, that change end.
Do you want to break it to Todd, or should I break it to Todd that just a couple of deuces in a game would kind of make that amount of time microscopic by comparison? If we change the no-ad score, we'll leave that. We'll table it because it's 4-3 Hurkacz. Let's get serious here, team. Let's focus, because these guys are.
It's crucial for both, isn't it? Hurkacz and his confidence, for Harris.
Oh. Stole time and stole the point. Harris thought he had more time to get back into the middle of the court. And Hurkacz just glided in under the cover. Serve and survey, says Mark Pecci.
Wasn't that easy, was it? When you look at it on the replay at the height, it was slightly uncomfortable. It was good work from Hurkacz. Wrong shot, wrong time.
Right outcome for Team Poland.
6-3. Team Poland.
More set points coming.
And more importantly, it was the wrong shot because of where he was. He was never going to beat Hurkacz from there, even if he hit his career best forehand. But more importantly, he must have been given a little heads up than the nerves that Hurkacz is feeling. That was 155k first serve from Hurkacz. More set points, though, for Team Poland.
Team Poland.
A little celebration, but probably more relief for Hubi Hurkacz as Team Poland celebrate taking that opening set on the tiebreaker. Well, we've got a minute 30 on the clock. Hopefully that's short enough for Todd to
come up with some more gifts.
Take us through the set summaries. Here are the
You
credits.
want me to do that?
I want you to do it.
No, I got it, Todd. You just let the steam out of your ears. Good first serving from both of these guys, and they won a lot of points. That's why there were no breaks of serve, only 2 break points, and that was at the very end of the set for Hurkacz. Into the tiebreaker they would go. A few more unforced errors, and crucially a couple in that tiebreaker. The overhead was a tough miss early in the tiebreaker, and then Yeah, just a couple little wiggles on some shot selection as well from Harris. And I like the way that Hurkacz tightened his shot selection, and the forehand went more cross-court in the tiebreaker than it had in the build-up. So he settled in, and maybe that first set underneath him will help him settle and start to build a little bit of confidence, because he's certainly searching for it here.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what he needs, this type of match, isn't it?
Yeah.
In this sort of opponent, it's a tough match. He's being almost played into form, which is exactly what he needs.
That was a meaningful tiebreaker for Hubie Hurkacz. He talked in the press conference afterwards when the teams are together about the need for more matches, and thankful for Iga's performances so far to get them through to this quarterfinal stage, and he has repaid that by taking the opening set, trying to put Team Poland 1-up today in this particular quarterfinal.
Time.
Italy check in tomorrow night for the final spot in the semi-finals after the conclusion tonight. Iga Świątek up against Katie Bolter will be the next one. It'll be interesting to see, Jim, whether Hubie relaxes at the start of this second set, what we get from him.
Yeah, exactly. Does he feel unshackled at this point? He's going to receive serve to start off, see if he can apply a little bit more pressure like he did in Harris's last service game. And we'll see if Harris has any hangover effects from being very competitive in the opening set, but ultimately a little shy of success.
Love 15.
It's always interesting for players as they break through and they go through the various stages. We've obviously seen it from Billy Harris. I haven't actually asked him, but it'd be interesting to know what he feels about ball speed once he's been taking on players in the world's top 50 as he did on the grass last year. Of course, your serve takes care of a lot of the complexities of this sport on a grass court. But just remember when Andy Murray played Roger Federer for the first time in Bangkok in the final, and he came off the court and was talking about how he felt he was surprised that Roger didn't hit the ball harder. His expectation going into that the ball was going to come a lot quicker at him. He was grateful and I think assured that he was well in the mix in terms of pace from the back of the court. Oh, that is a terrific turnaround from Billy Harris, because Hurkacz's backhand down the line was exceptional. And just to put a final pin in that thought, and the reason I said that is because I kind of felt Billy tried to play too well at the back end of that tiebreaker rather than allowing maybe Hurkacz to beat himself.
Well, I've been sitting courtside quite close to Hubie, just watching his grip and on the forehand side where he's struggling a little bit more. And what's interesting is he starts, as he gets ready here, he has quite a neutral grip, which is more like something that you would block the ball with. And so he gets set right about there and it's neutral. And then as the server goes, he then changes it. See the racket move right there? Now it's going into a spin. He'll then take it in and underneath and put a really Western grip, which makes, you can see him re-grip it just then, and then it makes it hard. he doesn't really then chip or block. He has to kind of scoop it. And that's something that he could work on. So he starts neutral as if he is going to block it, but then goes to what would be a normal full hit on it. And I think that's where he gets himself caught. There it goes right there. And now you can see him really grip underneath. It's fine for the backhand because he uses a lot of left hand, but when he goes to the forehand, he doesn't get the block that he's hoping for, and he often leaves it short for the opponent to attack. Just like that.
Game, Team Redwood. First game, second set.
Well, that was a nice skirmish to come through from love 30 down, but particularly second best in that third point of that game for Billy Harris. But then he's reeled off 4 in a row.
It must feel good to be right in the mix tonight for Billy Harris, as he was against Echeverry in his opening match when he won the first set. Ended up ultimately losing in 3. Last night, Alex de Minaur was on another planet. Played so well, did the Demon, and it was over in a hurry. This one, he's right in the middle of it. And as he looks forward, whether they're able to get out of this tie and advance or not, he's in the qualifying next week as Billy Harris at the Australian Open. He'll be looking to try and win 3 matches next week and book his, or earn his spot into the main draw of the Australian Open for the first time. Matches like this, if he can stay close, even in defeat, you would think would help him feel a little bit more comfortable in the environment, a little bit more confident. And he's still by no means eliminated in this match.
Example of what I was saying about him always being open stance there, apart from that one that we saw when he dragged it wide at 4-1 in the first set breaker. I feel like sometimes it doesn't help him with his body weight transference through those balls that don't have an awful lot on it. Looking like a potential stone cold start to this second set for Billy Harris is starting to look like a red hot one. Introducing the ball regularly to Hurkacz's baseline. And having carved out a love 30 lead here, can he make something happen? 7 straight points.
This is kind of a drop of intensity that you would really almost have expected from the other end of the court from Harris, in perhaps the disappointment of not being able to win that first set. Strange from Hurkacz here.
That's his rhythm on the serve out wide. We saw a miss hit in the tiebreaker. I wouldn't be surprised if Hurkacz changes up his tempo here and goes for the flamethrower down the tee.
30-40.
Nice call, pitch.
If you make as many in a day as I do, you're going to get one right, Todd. Nice little tidying up job at the net.
Yes.
Also went for the comfortable forehand, hooking it cross court here rather than trying to force it back behind Billy Harris, which would have been a viable play too. It's just not a shot that he's as confident in. So under high moments of stress, go with what you trust. It's a good rule of thumb.
Team Polo. Let. First service.
And I showed his hand here. He's so good with that diagonal dagger out wide on the ad side, but he felt that perhaps Harris was going to lean there now. Both players wondering what's coming. Hurkacz knows. And he went back to where he attempted to go to before. And he spins the scoreboard in his favour from love 40 down.
1 game on.
And as Harris gets set to serve again, this is what he did in the opening set. So Mark Petchey's been talking about how in the deuce court on the right of the screen, so many are going wide to the forehand, nearly 3/4. And he's also preferring wide to open the court in the ad court. So that's the type of information that Hurkacz should be thinking about here on these points. If he's going to shade one side or the other, he's got to cover wide more often than not. How's that overhead, Todd? Give you a chance to make up to him.
Well, he didn't get it away, did he?
He's a tough critic, this guy.
I think if you get an overhead, you should be able to put it away. Played a good structured point, though.
Just didn't get there in time.
No, and this is the time of a match where if you're Hurkacz and Nicolas Massu, the coach and the captain in the team, you go, okay, this is where we break him down. And I think that type of point structure from Hurkacz's end of the court is the perfect thing to do. And really just get your job done. Don't have to overplay at this point.
Let first service.
And I think, you know, getting it out fast to the forehand of Harris is an area where you'll get that running error.
Do you like him going back on the second serve return? I almost feel like I want to see Hurkacz go back on the first and come in on the second.
It's not a second serve that it should be threatening him. No, he should be able to stand up, take it on top of the baseline comfortably and drive it if he wants to, right through the middle of the court and then hold his ground.
I mean, that's where he loves to play the rally anyway, up on the baseline. So, I mean, he'll be hitting it from there and just staying there. I have no problem with him going back a little bit here, maybe drifting a little bit to his left to cover Billy's serve out wide. Once you're ahead in the count like this is the time to start mixing up your patterns, and this wouldn't be a bad time for Billy to fire one through the backhand side of Hubie Hurkacz.
Maybe even body.
Yeah.
No, something different. Or Old Faithful, and just go sit down and have a sip and get ready to break serve if you can.
Not a bad plan either. 2-1 Billy Harris, second set.
2 games to 1.
Well, it is a pretty cool day, but Billy Harris still need a little bit of ice on his back. But this was the red-hot playground for New Year's Eve. 1.5 million people coming down to Sydney Harbour. A harbour bridge with about 6 million rivets. It was painted in grey because that was the only paint they had at the time in the quantity that particular iconic bridge needs. Sydney Opera House looking resplendent under the sun as we get through to the fire and embers of another beautiful day here in Australia. Harris hanging on to his serve for a second time in this second set. Team Poland on show and Team GB, but more guests have arrived in this part of the world. Backstage with USA.
Coco Gauff on the right, Taylor Fritz on the bicycle on the left. And they had a successful adventure over in Perth on the west coast. Kazakhstan, the other team to make it out of Perth. That team featuring Elena Rybakina and Alexander Shevchenko. They await the winner of tonight's match. Poland and GB. USA will take on the winner of tomorrow night's quarterfinal. That'll be Team Czechia and Italy.
USA Tennis in very good health at the moment on both the men's and the women's side.
Coco is ranked 3. Taylor Fritz is ranked 4. Pretty strong duo, and they've been playing all the matches, including the mixed. They won this title 2 years ago in its inaugural edition.
Oh, even Todd Woodbridge is going to love that.
Yeah, that was special. This is not easy to do.
6:54 p.m. local time, Todd Woodbridge made a compliment.
Come on.
Let the record show.
Yeah, it's got to be good, and that was good.
He's an
Look at him
angry old
wrap
man.
around the outside of the ball. You give me a bad reputation.
Oh, no. You're doing that.
14-11.
Oh, quite a different story in this service game for Hurkacz. Down low 40 in his opening salvo in the second set. On cruise control this time around. Enough so that he was going to serve and volley. Haven't seen him really deploy that. Just the second time in the match. And Hurkacz not slated to play next week, not in any of the entry lists for either Adelaide or Auckland, the two men's tournaments taking place.
Game Team Poland.
Dropped the speed off his first serve, bought himself a little time to go in. May have failed with the serve and volley on the previous point, not this time.
And you know, he's starting to loosen up a little bit with his confidence in when he starts to throw in those two moves forward, that lovely high backhand volley and a serve volley. He's starting to feel a bit more of the game that we're used to seeing from him. I think that's the other thing that Billy and his team need to have a sit down, talk about for 2025 is where can you find other ways to win points? Because at the moment he has a pretty one-dimensional style of play. Good, solid off the ground, reasonably decent paced first serve, but we don't see him structure a point so much to be able to transition and finish at net. And you've got to keep adding that part to the game also. Because he's going to come up, if he cracks that 100 mark, which he's so close to doing, he's going to come up against a lot of players that just play similar, and they've got something else that'll separate them, and you always got to be working on that.
He's definitely trying to be a little more expansive with that forehand. Question is whether he can keep the unforced error count off that wing for Hologic. Hologic making no inroads in that particular returning game. Billy Harris continues to impress, and it is 3-2 to Team GB in the second set. And I know he's got away with it in the last couple of games, over-serving the forehand on the due side. It just concerns me is when you get into the tight moments and the intensity comes and Hologic really logs back into what he wants to do, and particularly in the tiebreaker when you just need to steal 1 point. If you've done that too consistently and you haven't got the rhythm on the one down the tee, or at least inserted the element of doubt, that's the sort of thing in the big moment that comes back to hurt you. Which is why occasionally, as he's been ahead in the count the last couple of times, I would have liked to have seen him just throw in the one down the tee just to stop Hologic from leaning that way when it comes a big moment. Trying to keep things nice and simple for Billy Harris. So they need a little bit of a helping hand from this man in terms of making inroads on the return. But of course, the fact that he's just got that slight issue with the knee, the longer that Harris can keep Hologic out here, the more this match may come back to him. So all is not lost at all at this stage. Hologic is leg drive solid, but of course he's already got the additional bit of height. And he missed with the first serve on the opening point, but a couple that have gone to the forehand. It'll be interesting to see if he's serving a pattern here, whether he's going to go for a third time into this forehand of Billy Harris.
That's a good scoreboard time for him to try something uncomfortable. That off forehand, rather than pulling it cross-court into Harris's forehand wing, going behind him. Try it then. That's the right time to do it. No damage done. Here comes an ace, and it's 3-0. But you have to try it sometime in a match. He's in the investment phase right now. This man in the hat is a big part of his investment. A new coach, gold medalist in the Athens game in singles and doubles. Nicolas Massu, the first Chilean ever to win a gold medal in any sport. Absolute hero in Chile, and a wonderful, wonderful person and a great coach. Led Dominic Thiem to his lone major, U.S. Open. Can he bring that magic to Hurkacz? That's what Hubie's betting on, and he's also brought on Yvonne Lindell as a consultant for the team.
It's little things with Hubie, isn't it? He's been 6th in the world a couple of times. He's played the Tour Finals once as an alternate back in 2023, but hasn't managed to pick up a win there in these 4 matches. But inside-out forehand, as you say, Jim, is not his most comfortable shot. He would rather try and hit it a little late, hook it inside in. There's one thing about the shot as well, I feel at times, is that he sets his feet very quickly for the inside out shot, so that by the time the ball's actually got to him, a lot of the time he's a bit tucked in.
It was interesting there on that backhand return. You know, we talked about the racket change, and when he went to lean on that one there, he's catching it a little bit up the top of the frame. And traditionally, Wilson rackets, if you catch them up the top, they fly just a little bit. You've got to get used to that. And he is not getting the same hit that he would normally get. Jim, you used to play with the Wilson as I did, and every single frame has its nuances that you become accustomed to knowing what your racket's going to do, and I don't think he's felt that yet with this frame.
It's the problem when you serve there so often and you know your opponent knows it's coming, that you feel as though you got to hit it even tighter to the line. Contributes to the miss. What a gift.
This has been a game of opportunities lost for Hurkacz. Love 15, had a second serve. He was in that rally, made an unforced error. Same thing right there. And Harris just might escape.
And he does. Mentally, he's been absolutely perfect in the way that he plays this game, and Hurkacz has led him off there. And Billy Harris 4-3 up in the second. Well, the Polish teams have been out and about, the Italian teams, and we're going to take you out and about to the Wild Horses of the Snowy Mountains. It's home to Australia's highest peak. You wouldn't see it from those pictures, but you can ski ball, snow and ski there as we take you along the beautiful coastline and of course the Blue Mountains, which are famous for the Three Sisters, the Wentworth Falls. And if you like to lace up your hiking boots, there's 140 k's worth of walking trails in this part of the world. Our shot was something a little special. It's like we'd landed on the moon. Down in the trenches as long as Billy Harris has, these opportunities that you've been fighting for, hoping for, dreaming of, you're not going to let them slip through your fingers easily. And Team Poland has still got some work to do here if they're going to claim the opening match victory of the evening session. Optimism high for this side, of course. Dearly love to collect the title that they had a couple of championship points for last year when Hurkacz was taking on Zverev on this particular court. He serves at 3-4 in the second.
I haven't seen a lot of the trick shots that Hurkacz is well known for. He's great with the tweeners, front facing and traditional. And he has really soft hands. Spectacular. Oh, the return was a little off the center of the racket, but Hurkacz nearly going around the net, and Harris was there for it and scoops it cross court with a slice forehand winner. And 30 all. A moment of pressure here for Hurkacz on serve. Snuffs it out.
That's it. Game, Team Poland.
Always nice to have that shot to relieve the pressure. So often the reliability there, as it was for Hurkacz.
Can't imagine what that must feel like to be able to have that in the repertoire, but I do know what it feels like to be Billy Harris down the other end when that happens to you, and you really have to settle back down and refocus quickly on your own service games when things like that happen. You put a big effort in and you got nothing out of it.
That's a semi-trick shot. on purpose let it drop as low as he could so he could get right round the outside of the ball. Not the greatest volley from Billy Harris, ends up opening up the court for something, and Hurkacz delights his fans with this one. A lot of wrist work, nice wrist candy. Nice change up on the ad side. He's been prolific with his serving out wide, and you can see there Hurkacz a little late to pick it up. Swing and a miss from Hubie Hurkacz, and Billy Harris moves to within one game of potentially sending us to a decider.
Leads 5 against 4.
A little frustration, Todd, in that last forehand, you think, from Hubie?
Yeah, it's that's the one where it looks like he actually hasn't got the feel of the control of the racket. I think if he put his old Yonex racket back in his hand in the next change of ends, that forehand goes in. That's what it looks like. He has no real idea of what the consistency of the flight coming off the racket face is. So it's quite extraordinary when you look at it like that. I mean, and that just does not help your confidence when you're under pressure. That's missing by quite a ways, and it's all like off the flight of the racket very quickly, and he's not used to that, the way that it's sort of, for a better word at the moment, trampolining.
Now we welcome you back as we give you another glimpse into the world of Hubie Hurkacz's talent.
Really interesting when you look at the forehand. When the forehand's dropping in like that, he's able to control the ball. He's having a lot more trouble when it's sort of in between hip and shoulder height of really understanding what the flight coming off his racket face is doing. So that's something that only hitting a lot of balls can do once you've made an equipment change. You just have to find that adjustment, as I spoke about on the return a little earlier. If you catch it up the top of that Wilson frame, sometimes they fly a little differently, and you just have to get used to what that feel is like so that you can anticipate your own racket in hand, because it almost really, when you've been at the levels these guys are at, it's like an extension of your arm.
The thing about Hubie is that he does end up having close sets a lot of the time. It's not a lot of matches that he waltzes through 2-2, 2-3. So mentally, this is kind of the norm for him, despite the golfing rankings, and maybe he feels as though he should win. He did win Estoril relatively comfortably back in 24, but the Shanghai win in the final against Rublev, he had to save match point, on his way through to winning in Marseille in 2023.
14.
It's Mikael Ymer. Haller back in 22. He had that epic with Nick Kyrgios, winning in a final set breaker. His Masters 1000 triumph over Yannick Sinner in the final. As he wraps up that game in double quick time, had a breaker in the first, but of course against Raonic he came through midway through that tournament in a final set breaker. So that is kind of his style, and it's going to be interesting to see how Nicolas Massu kind of deals with that compared to working with someone like Domi Thiem, who's in a lot of returning games.
That team also in retirement now. Just stopped one of the players that retired in 2024. It certainly is a different, the whole thing is different for someone like Nicolas Massu. The energy, the attitude, all of it's very, very different. And that's the job of a coach, is to adapt, isn't it? That's the more comfortable one there, pulling it across his body.
Now 15.
He's a little cautious with the first couple of forehands. Got a little help from the tape there, and really accelerated nicely through that one. And that's, if he's going to get better at hitting the inside out forehand and the down the line forehand, he's going to have to trust the acceleration the way that he does when he comes cross court. Can't steer it. You got to rip it down the line. And I think, and I don't know if you guys agree, I think it's much easier to take a player who overhits and give them control than it is to take a player who has a lot of control and get them to swing faster at a target. It's just not the instinct.
Hard agree.
Yeah.
That was Jack Nicklaus's famous bit of advice, wasn't it, to Uncle Tony? Hit it hard and then learn how to control it. And then we had Rafa's US Open 2010, outlier of a serving display. Just tweaked the grip. Started smoking a few at about 130 miles an hour. The thing about coaches, they can be the teacher, but they can also be the lesson that you maybe don't want to change things too much. And we wait to see what this adventure holds for Masu and Hurkacz as we reach a potential pivot point here at the back end of the second set. Well, he won the point. But if I'm going to be a bit Todd Woodbridge and harsh here, I kind of feel that he's been signposting that serve all match, and there was only one place he was going to go, and it was only 176 Ks. And against a caliber of player like this, you should pay the price. And he did. Can he bail himself out? Billy Harris. He's running out of time everywhere.
Harris saying that the crowd cheering was why he was a little slow in getting into his routine. It's just a warning, though. The next time he would lose a first serve if he's called for it again. What a time for it. Break point down.
Perseverance pays off as Hurkacz breaks Billy Harris and gives himself and Team Poland the chance to take a 1-love lead in this tie.
That'll frustrate you to be down break point and to get warned for the time. The clock is the clock. You have to keep your eyes on it. It's a lot to think about when you're under that type of tension. But it certainly didn't help things, and the backhand found the tape, and he finds himself in a precarious position now, does Billy Harris.
Definitely going to take a lot away from these matches that he's played here. I'm not sure whether it's going to be the last one. Wim Bissett will be hoping that it is, that Iga Swiatek can continue the form that she's shown so far here at the United Cup. She's up next against Katie Boulter. And it will be a comfortable place for the world number 2 to be in, 1-love up. Well, with a growth mindset, you'll say that there's no such thing as defeat or failure. There's just lessons, and maybe this is a good one for Billy Harris. Certainly going to take away a lot from the matches that he's played here. He may well still be here if he can break Hubie Hurkacz and continue this match. But there's definitely parts of his game that can improve, could improve, which could shunt him into the world's top 100 and continue his meteoric rise and great story. But here's Hurkacz serving for the win. A much needed win. Wins can certainly smooth over some of the problems that you feel as a tennis player exist. Team Poland about to go 1-love up.
Again, center match, Team Poland.
It was tough, it was tight, but ultimately Hubie Hurkacz puts the win on the board.
7-6, 7-5.
Billy Harris, as he has done throughout this competition as a late replacement for Jack Draper, has acquitted himself well. Took a set against Echeverry, was outclassed by Alex de Minaur. But he pushed Hubie Hurkacz in a couple of tight sets, but that was a win that this man needed.
That's exactly right. This is a guy who is trying to lift his career up to the next level. He's been deep in majors, a quarterfinalist in the Australian last year, semifinals of Wimbledon in his career, but he wants to go further. So he's willing to gamble a little bit. He was in a comfortable spot with a coach that had helped him get into that top 10 position in Craig Boyden. 5 years they did their work together, but he wanted something new. He's got it. We'll see where it takes him, but you have to admire someone who is willing to roll the dice a little bit, and that is what Hubie Hurkacz is doing. And he is down courtside with Todd Woodbridge.
Well, Hubie, congratulations. I'm sure that you're very pleased, a bit of relief to get that singles win under your belt.
Oh, definitely super pleased with myself today. It was a really difficult battle with Billy. He was playing some really great tennis, and definitely really happy to get through this one.
Tell us about getting to this point. Some changes this year, some racket changes, clothing changes, coach changes. It's all brand new. How are you feeling about all of it?
Well, it's a long story. I mean, I'll try to shorten it up a little bit for you guys. So with partnering with well, Nico's gone. They've gone, but Nico is my new coach. Also, we have Ivan Lent on our team, and as you can see, we have different clothes, different equipment, so a lot of changes, and those changes, it's gonna take time until everything will be really fruitful. I'll be really playing my best game, so this win is so crucial for me to get more confidence and to get another match in.
And one of the key things about United Cup is you keep getting those opportunities because of the team event. You've got Iga coming up next. You guys are in a good position, but the mixed doubles becomes vital too, and that was important the other night.
Yes, I mean, we're so fortunate to have Iga on our team. I mean, she's so amazing. She's the best in the world, and she's just proving it with every single match that she plays out here, and it was so much fun to play mixed doubles with her. Also the other night Jan Zielinski played with her, they also won. So yes, and also with having so many incredible fans from Poland and all around the world, it makes this event so special, and so much fun to play in a team. Having the bench behind me, the Polish team, and all the fans out here. So hope you guys enjoying as much as we do out here.
Well done, Hubie. Congratulations. You put Team Poland into the perfect position. You can get back in and get ready to get out on the bench and support Iga. Congratulations.
Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Happy New Year.
It's actually a pretty brave decision, Jim, to make the changes that he has. And I guess we sit up here looking at it in real time and instantly thinking about the hit you want to get there before. But he actually seems like he's got a great mindset.
Great mindset. And look, what you don't want is to live with regret at the end of the day in your career and wonder, what if I would have taken a risk? Will it pay off? We'll all find out together. There's no way to know there. Billy Harris has a lot to be proud of. He's had a really interesting start to his 2025 season here, getting 3 matches against some excellent players. No wins, but hopefully some confidence, and I'll be cheering for him, hoping he gets through the qualies next week at the Australian Open. And he certainly competed hard through all of his matches, and he was right in the thick of it in 2 of the 3, including this one with Hubie Hurkacz. So Hurkacz just a little too good with his serve. When Billy had the love 40 early in the second set, Hurkacz delivered 5 big serves and finished him off and got back in that game and never looked back. Will Team Poland look back? I don't know. Iga, she's going to be tough against Katie. We'll see.
I was going to say they're looking forward, and I'm sure everybody at home and everywhere around the world is looking forward as well to the next match. It has been a coming of age really for Katie Boulter in the last 12 months. A new improved serve. Iga Swiatek with a new coach, looking for some solutions to the problems that she occasionally has on a faster hardcore. Hurkacz in the end found the solution to take care of Billy Harris, but we do have another blockbuster around the corner in this quarterfinal here at the United Cup. Team Poland go up 1-0 against Team GB.
Welcome back to the the Ken Rosewell Arena, and the great man is in the house tonight. There's Rod Laver Drive just behind us, so all the greats of Australian tennis are pretty much covered in this little corner of inner West Sydney, and we are in the heart of the tie between Poland and Great Britain. The men's singles is done and dusted, with her catch taking out Billy Harris, well, as expected, and now we have a women's singles. It's the best of 3 matches. It's a quarter-final. Winner of this contest between these two countries will go through to play Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan and the United States have flown over today, actually, as I'm speaking. Taylor Fritz and Coco Gauff are practicing on one of the backcourts, so they got here early. And I have to say, Coco is giving Taylor quite a workout out there. So match up here between Katie Bolter and Świątek not too far away.
Please welcome, representing Great Britain, it's Katie Bolter! And please welcome, representing Poland, Iga Świątek!
Well, the Poles certainly have packed in here tonight, and this is really who they've come to see. She is a superstar back home, the 5-time Grand Slam champion. You remember one at Roland Garros as a teenager. That transformed her life and her profile, and she spent the last few years really getting used to that level of fame. So second match of 3 here. I'm Sam Smith, and I'm delighted to be alongside former top 10er Andrea Petkovic.
Hi Sam, I love being next to you. I love this matchup. It is the first time they are playing, so nobody knows what happens. I have some insight from a practice set they played against each other just before the tournament, but we'll talk about it all later.
Do we have to talk about it later?
We can talk about it now if you want.
We can talk a little bit about it now, and we can talk about it later as well.
Yeah, let's do that. So I heard that these two played a practice set against each other, and it was Katie Bolter who took it. And in fact, Iga couldn't win a game. As you well know, practice and matches are two completely different things, but I think it might give this young woman right here a bit of confidence. It's not easy facing one of the best players in the world.
It's an intriguing encounter. Of course, Poland are in the driving seat.
So ladies, please, at the end of the coin toss, stay with Matthew facing Peter for one photo, and then one photo, only 2 of you. Reminder, serve clocks at the back of the court, at the side banners, towel boxes, TV changeovers. Please stay seated till announced time, and the free crowd movement. All right? If you need anything, something is wrong, let me know. Any questions? So we're gonna ask Katie if she wants John Newcomb or if she wants AO. Go for it. Fantastic. Receive? Please. Thanks, Iga.
Bolter winning the toss, and if you caught that on the mic, so electing to receive. Decent crowd in here for this evening session, and the Poles certainly are going to get loud, and they are the favourites certainly to go through to the semi-finals to take on Kazakhstan. Both women have played a couple of matches so far, and it's been an ideal way for Katie Bolter to get herself into this season, and Iga Swiatek, although Iga did have a run out in Abu Dhabi before coming in here back in a few weeks ago in December.
And here we have Katie Boulter. She was very impressive in her first 2 rounds, and she's had a fantastic season in 2024. She is at just 1 position shy of her career best ranking. It was the best season of her life, and she's looking very good in 2025 as well. Had 2 nice wins, but today is a different type of challenge against the world number 2.
Yeah, it seems strange to see it, doesn't it? Behind Arina Sabalenka, she's actually 1,200 points behind. You get 2,000 for a Grand Slam win.
3
so
minutes.
There's plenty on the table, and there's a chance for her to narrow that gap sooner rather than later. She's still only 23 years of age. We've got to remember that. Lots to improve on, and still very raw. Has an apartment these days in Warsaw, but grew up just outside to the south of it in a little town called Rosin, where the family home is still there. And had a couple of very good wins, and it's been comfortable for her as well against Marlene Helge of Norway and Karolina Mukova of the Czech Republic. So Iga Swiatek already has been tested against Mukova, 6-3, 6-4. Also seen her in the mixed as well, which she seems to enjoy. An interesting thing I always feel about Iga is that actually she's obviously very intense on the match court and practice court, but she's quite relaxed off it actually. It's quite chilled
2
out.
minutes. Yeah, she is.
Looked like she really enjoyed the mixed, and seems to love this team event playing with Hubie Hurkacz.
Yeah, played also Billie Jean King Cup. Both of these players actually did, which means that their season was very long. It finished around November 20th, so the preseason has been cut short, but both players love to play for their country in a team. It's always beautiful to see.
Iga always enjoys coming down in 3rd appearance for her, 2nd for Katie. It'll be fascinating to know how Boulter's going to approach one of the biggest tests of her career.
One minute.
So Swiatek with her 3rd match, and Mateus, great to have a chance to chat to you. We're behind you again, Sam Smith and Andrea Petkovic. How pleased has Iga been with her form so far, particularly in the matchup against Karolina Mukova?
No, I've been really impressed with how Iga played, the intensity she brought on the court, and especially, playing the big points really well. So she's looking good. Obviously today it's going to be a difficult challenge against Katie, but we've prepared really well, and yeah, we're just going to give our best.
And Matt, I met you in the Players Lounge, and you told me a few words about women's tennis because you were more used to men's tennis. Welcome back on the good side.
Exactly. It's a definitely different point of view, but I'm really enjoying it, and I'm glad to see this part of the sport too.
How has it been interesting for you, obviously working with their personal coaches, with Wim and Nicholas as well? How's that been going? Because watching you guys, it looks very seamless, but I'm sure you're just all getting just to know each other.
No, it's amazing, like the knowledge I can get, and also we can exchange our points of views, and we have a great teamwork, and also we're speaking with one voice, so that's really important, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Yeah.
Mateus, I try and wish you well. I'm a Brit, so but I hope you have a good captaincy tonight.
Thank you so much.
It's a wonderful opportunity, isn't it, to get an insight, and also great for these young coaches. Mateus played a few satellites in his time. He's beginning his coaching career, as is Alex Ward of Great Britain. Perhaps we could have this at all the tournaments, have a chat to the coach.
I would love that.
Before the matches. They don't give too much away, but they certainly give you a feel of how everything is going. Suspect a few nerves for Katie Boulter.
Set. Representing Team Poland, Iga Świątek, 2-7. Ready? Play.
It's not only matches that Iga Świątek, the world number 2, has been able to get here at the United Cup. It's also high-level practice. Chap just on the back of the picture there, Kamil Majszak sitting next to Nicholas Masum. He's world number 120. They have been pounding it on the practice court, those two.
And you can see from the get-go how aggressively Katie Boulter is going about her returning. She knows she has to, because Iga Świątek, when she controls the center of the court and the pace of the rallies, it is very challenging playing her.
Oh. 40-50.
For Iga, you suspect this is not merely about getting ready for the Australian Open, a slam that she would love to win, a semi-finalist a few years ago before being beaten surprisingly by Danielle Collins. It's about winning for Poland. You can feel she's utterly committed to the cause here, particularly after coming so close last year in the final. That is a very lively start. And buzzing courtside is Laura Robson. Laura, how are you seeing this one? Obviously, you know Katie so well. What do you think the approach might be?
I think she's going to try and get the first ball, you know, try and look to be the one to dictate the rally from the beginning. It's easier said than done, of course, but these two practiced together a couple of times last week, and I think Katie feels, you know, more confidence than she did 6 months ago that she can hang with a player of this caliber and, you know, not be overwhelmed by the topspin coming onto her racket. So, yeah, I think Andrea and I both feel that the first serve percentage is going to be absolutely key for her as well, which it was fantastic against Australia.
Yeah, it really was. 80% more or less for Katie Boulter yesterday.
Oh, it looks sharp.
Love 50.
Okay, somebody came to play. Beautiful angle here to see how high the ball goes above the net, pushes Katie Boulter back behind the baseline, and then the angle with the backhand.
Boulter does have 3 top 10 wins to her name. A couple over Karolina Pliskova on the grass a few years ago, but a top 5 win from a set down against Jessica Pegula right here on this court 12 months ago.
Right away, Laura, there's much more height in Iga's ground strokes, right? Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, most definitely, especially on that backhand side. We just saw her there take some pace off almost and go for the height over the net rather than the speed. I think she's really looking for the depth straight into Katie's forehand side because, as we know, that's the side that can really fly.
Just get the sense this is such an important service game for Bolter to settle in here. Alex Ward is the captain, and send her a picture is Biljana Veselinovic, who is the private coach of the British #1.
And that is the danger zone. Katie only making one first serve out of the 4 she's hit. And you see what happens when you give Iga Świątek a second serve on it right away.
Team Poland. What a start by Poland.
Team Poland leads 2-0.
138 kilometers per hour on the backhand side. That is a very fast-paced shot. And you saw how she used her entire body to create that kind of power.
Poland, the winners of Group B, beating Norway and had to go the distance against Czechia yesterday and come through in the mixed doubles.
Let's listen.
First time these two countries have met at the United Cup.
She is playing very well.
I was going to say, not much to write down.
Wim is very thorough, a new Belgian coach who has been on the tour a long time.
He can write down 2-love 30-15. Very good point.
Yes, absolutely. And in my opinion, this is where Iga Świątek is the most dangerous, when she can control the center of the court with her forehand side, because she doesn't kill you right away. She just kills you slowly, opens the court over and over again. You have to sprint more than you want to, and you still lose the point in the end. She tried it there again.
40-30.
Just burns the muscles that bit more, which can pay off in the end if it goes long.
Yes.
That's got what she's got to try and do on all the returns. If it sits up and it's that slightly higher bouncing kick serve, go straight in the way that Iga would do to you.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
And she did once more. Laura, no coaching, Team GB. You're on the TV side, you have to be impartial.
I'm very unbiased. Just want great tennis.
Mini opening here for Bolter.
Yes.
She has played a number of top players before, and in Beijing a couple of years ago, she took on the world number 1, Arina Sabalenka, 7-5, 7-6. She came off the back end of that. She's not outclassed by the best players in the world.
Advantage, Team Poland. Yes.
Still early in the season, isn't it?
It is early in the season, but lovely to see her smile. Even the best in the world can have a lapse of concentration. Or two.
Advantage, Team Great Britain. Yes.
Bolter was under the lights against Olivia Gadecki of Australia in the group stage. Has had a chance to get used to the different environment of the evening session.
Advantage, Team Poland.
What we know from the former number 1 is that world number 1, she loves to pull away early in matches. Too good.
Yes.
Nicely done by Katie here. That forehand down the line really opened up some possibilities for her. And then good eye and good footwork to get around that one.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Swiatek held to 15 in her opening service game, being really made to work here. And on we go with a 6th deuce.
Yes.
Captain Alex Ward, he got to around about the 200 mark on the men's ranking when he was playing a few years ago. Now settling into a coaching role, and he's going to learn an awful lot from this time as the United Cup captain for Team GB.
Some nice defense from Katie Bolter, and you can see Liliana telling her stay low. She did very well. The defensive skills at the beginning of her career were not her strength, but she has improved so much. Katie Bolter moves so much better around the court.
Yes.
Yes, at almost 6 foot, those hips can get a little high, can't they, on contact?
They can, and she used to have also questionable shot selections in defensive positions, kind of bailed out of rallies early. Doesn't do that anymore. You can still sometimes see it, but a lot less, and that's why she has skyrocketed through the rankings.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Pressure points are the points that give you a game point.
Yes.
Feels like a few more errors coming off the Swiatek backhand side. And it looks like to me she wants to go for that one line and then just changed her mind last minute on the last shot and then was kind of too close across her body pulling off the shot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, she's got it.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
And you just sense the longer this game goes on, the more important it becomes. And Katie, keep those hips down. 3 break points have come and gone for Bolter. Too good.
Yes. advantage, Team Poland.
Oh, this could be something special. But Świątek getting the better of the opening 3 games.
Team Poland leads 3 games to 0.
Well, this quarterfinal simmering very nicely here. Winners of this matchup between Great Britain and Poland will play Kazakhstan. Well, this city comes alive at night, doesn't it? One of the world's great harbours. And it certainly was popping a couple of nights ago. There was about a million down there. There was some clean-up required, but spectacular as ever. Great Britain and Poland facing off for the very first time at the United Cup. Poland have the advantage in this 3-match tie. The job for Iga is to take it home and book their place in the semis. Always been very successful here. Semi-finalists in the inaugural year. Back in 2023, match points in the final against Germany 12 months ago. Can they go one step better?
Talked to Biljana yesterday in the Playhouse Lounge, and she told me they got a coach in for the serve to have her second serve be more stable, get a bit more kick on. She has a fantastic first serve, Katie Bolter. The second serve tends to always slice a little bit into the forehand body side, so they really want to have options on that second serve, have brought somebody in from the outside. And I always love when teams do that and keep open to all these kind of possibilities that are around in sports science and different kind of experts.
Well held.
30-15.
It's also acknowledgement from Biljana that she's very open as well to bring someone in. And she's Serbian, isn't she?
She's Serbian, yeah. And here we have it. Here we have it's a beautiful motion. You talked about it with Jelena already, but she does have that grip. You can see it, that tends to have the ball go slice, which means it bounces and goes to the left. And if you have the option,
Świątek hugging the lines and eyeing up another service break here.
Yeah. Brutal hitting from the baseline. I thought that was a brilliant defensive shot, but not to be with somebody of Iga's caliber. But look at this, that looked out, huh? 2 millimeters in.
That's what it takes to win a point against Iga Świątek on this court tonight. And you wonder how much that practice session helped, Katie, that they had before the tournament. Just to get a feel of the sort of ball that Iga's sending down. Got a chance to post her first game here. Oh, Great Britain up and running.
Brilliant 2 points from Katie Bolter here.
Team Poland leads 3-1.
And Laura, you've picked the right time to be in the British camp.
Yeah, they finally let me on Team GB, Sam, and I'm with Dub's expert on the team, Liv Nichols. I mean, how impressed are you with the ball striking so far? 27 minutes in and only 3-1?
No, it's absolutely incredible so far. I mean, up until this point, Katie's looked so comfortable in both the matches that she's played, but this really is another level today. And yeah, we're having to see her really work hard with her defensive skills because Iga's getting her working really, really hard out there.
Are you surprised by how big Iga hits it? Because we know that she's got the top spin and that she moves well, but they're kind of going toe for toe in terms of power as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that she's, you know, this kind of like heavy hitting counter puncher, but honestly, sitting courtside and seeing her getting that first strike in, it's incredible.
And what is it that Katie can do from here to turn this first set around?
Sorry, to see this. Oh! In case you didn't take in anything that I said, what does Katie need to do to turn this first set around? I think she's going to have to try and get on the front foot as much as she possibly can because, yeah, Iga's getting her pulled out into this wide backhand a lot and then hitting backhand line incredibly well. So, yeah, I think she's just going to have to take a few more chances and, yeah, get that first strike in as much as she possibly can.
I'll let you get back to sporting because I can feel the nerves from here.
Everything right until
30-50.
The final blow.
40-15.
The pace out here is torrid. Welcome to Iga's world. Team Poland in charge of this women's singles.
Team Poland leads 4 games to 1.
Quarterfinals night session here at the Ken Rosewell Arena out at Sydney's inner west at the Olympic Park. And a good crowd in tonight, a lot of Poles here to try and see their country home and into the semis. Winner of this tie will take on Kazakhstan.
And we're witnessing a brilliant contest here between the two women. Some incredibly pacey striking of the tennis ball. And this young woman right here is showing why she has dominated women's tennis for nearly 3 years. She's playing outstanding. I think Katie Bolter is doing really well, actually. It's just a lot to handle from the other side.
There looks to be a gap in the scoreline, but it's one break. And Bolter's opening service game held to 30 in her last.
And Katie trying to be the one that changes up the line on the backhand side. We saw Iga doing that frequently in these first 5 games. Katie Bolter just trying to adjust some of the tactics out here. Get ahead of her opponent.
That's 15. 40-15.
It's got to be that good. Try and stay in contention here. Keep it to the one break.
Let's first. $40-30. Yes.
Those are the ones where you can almost hear Biljana from the side saying, get low.
Yeah,
just the contact point of that just it gets trapped up in the body because there's no, well, not enough knee bend. There's some, but it needs to be a lot lower than that.
Well, and she is trying to get out of those these grueling backhand cross-court rallies that she's had to contest with Świątek. So she is going for that backhand down the line a bit earlier in the rally. It is higher risk. It will make you hit a few more unforced errors, but she clearly sees it as the right strategic move right now.
And that is an excellent hold.
Team Great Britain. Team Poland leads 4-2.
Nice height above the net, but we didn't see the shot before. It was the backhand down the line that she was able to produce before her opponent, Iga Świątek, and then sets up her forehand nicely.
Even though he didn't manage to hang on to the #1 spot at the end of last season, she still won more matches than any other player, 59 in total, and she is regularly punching in, you know, huge numbers, year in, year out.
There's a stat in the media notes today saying that Iga's won her last, well, 29 of her last 30 matches against players outside the top 20. That's mental numbers, isn't it? To be that consistent.
The last loss against
15,
somebody outside the top 20 was Yulia Putintseva in Wimbledon. Not her favorite surface, the grass courts, but I'm sure she will find a way to play well there as well.
15.
Also rewarded for hanging in here.
And what Laura mentioned earlier, the backhand looks a bit off compared to the first two matches. And Katie Boulter doing really well here.
Chance to get the break back. And Boulter is back.
Great Britain.
And we're on serve in this first set.
Please. Team Poland leads 4-3.
Twice you got her with your forehand line, right?
Yeah, but she's playing every ball to my backhand, so...
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
Try,
line to the backhand.
try to go middle or forehand. She's making more mistakes with forehands. But try to go when she's going backhand to you. Try to go middle instead of her backhand. And then whatever. But very, very good, decisive. Now it's going to be new balls. So you have to be super low with every shot and soft hand to start with serve.
An intriguing opening set here between Great Britain and Poland. It's all on the line for the Brits to try and stay in this matchup and in this quarter-final. Couple of breaks in this first set. Boulter coming back at Iga Świątek, the world number 2, after trailing by 4-1.
Time.
And it is game on here on the Ken Rosewell Arena.
Just thinking of the reactions that we saw from Świątek in the last game, and thinking back again to what Wim Fissette's been trying to get her to do against these kind of players where she feels rushed and her tendency is to try and go for more and to try and hit bigger and bigger. And what we'll see here, now that the scoreline's a bit closer. Very interesting.
There's like a big momentum swing right here.
Beautiful serving by Katie. She was around 50% at the start of this match, but she has pushed her numbers on the first serve percentage way above 60%. Makes things easier for her.
Game team Great Britain.
And her first hold to love. 3 games in a row for the British number 1.
Games on. Love 15.
And Laura is so right. This is a real heat test for Iga Świątek. She's playing a player where she doesn't really like the playing type, somebody who hits the ball big, who goes for a lot. And now she has to test out those new things that Wim Fissette is working on with her. Still not happy with that backhand.
Let's go.
Well, that's why she brought him in, wasn't it? To play better tennis on faster hard courts, which is what they have here in Australia. Oh.
30.
Hips were down there. As low as you can go.
They sure were. That was a nicely struck backhand, but a bit too short, and Katie takes advantage of it right away.
So 4-all, 30-all this first set. Perfectly poised.
The first backhand from Świątek in that rally was really nice. There was some lovely shape over it. It was creating some extra time for herself, but then straight away she gets in this fast-paced backhand cross-court rally, and at that point you almost want to see her start to slow things down and maybe go for the backhand line, but high. Get it jumping onto Bolser's forehand.
Team Poland.
So after a couple of breaks, we're on serve in this intriguing opening set.
Team Poland leads 5-4.
I'm glad, Laura, that you're at least coaching both teams, not only Team GB.
Yeah, no, I'm as I said, I'm unbiased, but I think this is where you would want to see this sort of all the things from the off-season in practice, isn't it? And it's so hard to do it at 4-all in the first set when you've had the break and then all of a sudden the scoreline gets tight. Let's see if we can hear what Wim's saying.
Night session at the Olympic Park, Ken Rosewell Arena, and the second match of 3 between Great Britain and Poland. Quarterfinal stage here at the United Cup. And the first set perfectly poised.
Time. 15-11.
World number 24 serving to stay in this first set. An excellent season last year, winning 2 titles. Jumped up from outside the world's top 50, and now at 28 years of age playing the best tennis of her career. And seemingly unfazed by going down an early break and trailing 4-1. With a lot of confidence at the end of the season, had some excellent results. Semi-finalist in Tokyo at the WTA 500, a final in Hong Kong, and then really good performances at the Billie Jean King Cup.
And here we have it just as an illustration how fast these women are hitting the ball, and Katie Boulter in fact outperforming Iga Swiatek on both sides, particularly on the backhand side.
Got it. Going toe-to-toe here.
14-15.
And that grid that you just showed us, Andrea, might surprise many. Everyone seems to think, you know, Iga is a super heavy hitter and maybe gets a few more revolutions, but that's how well Katie and how big she's playing tonight.
Game, Team Great Britain. Five games on.
4 of the last 5 games for the British number 1.
And L'Oreal, they looked from up here a lot better in terms of changing up the heights a little bit. Not crazily, but just a bit more height in some of these ground strokes.
Exactly, just enough so that it's not the same ball strike coming into Boulter's contact point every time, and just a bit more spread with where she was placing that as well.
This really is the stress test for Iga Swiatek. Can she remedy what she has done in the past season? Try to out-hit the big hitters instead of putting in the heaviness and the topspin that she possesses in her skill set.
Settling hold for Swiatek. And she nudges ahead once more.
Team Poland leads 6 games to 5.
Well, so many wonderful spots within striking distance of the CBD, and located in Sydney's north is Manly Beach. Not quite sure you can surf over there from Circular Quay, but you certainly can get a ferry. Something that many of the players have done. They've all had various dips in the ocean since they've been down under. The Poles are in town to support Team Poland in their quest to reach a third semi-final here at the United Cup. Standing in their way, Team GB. Iga Swiatek trying to seal the match in that semi-final for her team. And here is the great man after whom this stadium is named 4 times. Australian Championships champion, as it was known back in his day. Wonderful to have him here.
Love 15.
She's a gamer, isn't she?
She really is, and she knows how important, both women know how important the first point is in these crucial games that can decide a set. Yeah, she's frustrated. Few misses off the second serve of Katie Boulter in these last 2 games.
That was one of her scruffier forehands of the evening. There's been some good ones in there as well.
30-15.
Iga's first exposure to tennis as a kid wasn't on a tennis court, it was on a video game on her PlayStation. And sometimes I think she thinks she's still on the video game, just hitting it harder and harder.
Game, Team Great Britain. 6 games all, tiebreak.
Well, Susan, and it may have no bearing on what's going to happen tonight. Świątek had a very good tiebreak record, won 7 of 10. Didn't play many tiebreaks, actually. Funny enough, every time she won a tiebreak in a match, she actually went on to win the match. But Katie, her numbers were not quite so strong. Won 6 of 14. But again, that might not have any bearing, and probably won't, on what's going to happen out here tonight.
Fantastic depth here, Laura.
It's just so good, but I think from courtside I can hear the difference in her footwork. All of a sudden it was already intense and it just became even more so. And, you know, the grunt comes out of nowhere, and it's all these things where when it gets to a really tight moment of the match, she steps up.
Oh, too good.
Absolute brilliant strike. Not only is it fast,
Team Poland,
but she hits it on that short point. Take a look here. Right, this one is just behind the service line, opens the angle, unreachable, and the fist bump to go with it.
Yeah, hand bolt up, match the intensity. You don't need to watch her, you just need to listen to her. Oh. So the mini break snuffed out. Laura, have you seen Katie play better tennis than this?
I'm just thinking back to the match against Pegula last year, actually. That's probably the last time I've seen her strike the forehand.
Wow.
Quite so much pace.
And it's just too heavy right now.
Team Great Britain.
Bolter up at the mini break. First to 7.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Played. Well, we didn't know if Katie Bolter could bridge the ranking gap. I think we know now, certainly in this first set.
Very high quality tennis we are watching here. And even Hubert Hurkacz seems impressed.
He's done his job. He won his opening singles against Billy Harris. Team Poland halfway there to the semi-finals.
It is so loud down here.
I can see the Polish fans behind you. Laura, they're almost going to... I think if Iga wins the set, they're going to be toppling on top of you, actually.
Erupt.
They're leaning over the balcony just right above your head. Andrea, how do you? It's almost like holding the biting point, isn't it? On a gear stick of a car. You know, how much do you push? How much do you go right to the edge?
Yeah, it's the art of tennis, really, to find that pace that you can maintain with consistency without overplaying it. If you can find that balance, you will win a lot of matches.
And the mini break once again snuffed out. And let's remind ourselves it was Świątek who got the fast start, led 3-love and 4-1. But it was the one break, and then Bolter winning 4 of the next 5 games. And here we are at level in this opening set breaker. Katie mustn't wake up at all.
5-4. Team Great Britain. 6-4, Team Great Britain.
She is playing as if she's in a trance. And what a recovery from the British number one. And against all the odds, after almost an hour and a quarter, Bolter has set point.
Thank you.
Oh, the fight back starts here. Bolter taking the opening set on the breaker by 7 games to 6.
7 games to 6.
And British fans, as you know, are normally a rather reserved bunch. Not now, not in this Ken Rosal Arena. They are just going bonkers. Wow, what a set of tennis.
That was astounding tennis, not only from Katie, both women putting on an incredible display of high quality ball striking. And here we have the numbers, outstanding, especially on GB's side. 17 winners to 17 unforced errors. That is an even 0. And on Iga Świątek's side, a few too many unforced errors. We talked about the backhand. Doesn't seem to quite feel it as well as the first 2 matches.
But let's relive some of the best moments from that tiebreak once again. I think they're worth seeing.
17 winners compared to 17 unforced. When you consider the start that she had, I mean, it was lights out for the last 6 games. It's a ridiculous shot.
Katie Bolter taking the opening set against the world number 2. The Team GV fight back is on. Wowee, what a way to open up the new season. We are rocking here at the Ken Rosal Arena. A set is a set though, isn't it? Calmest person in the house, Captain Alex Ward. The night is young.
The night is young. 1 hour 15 of tremendous tennis, and now the task for Katie Bolter to continue exactly as she has so far.
I think she's going to serve here as well, because Świątek has left the court, so she's asking for the change of balls so that she can roll a few over.
Yes, because she's going to open up this second set, isn't she? And while she does so, okay, what are we thinking, you two, for the second?
So for me, I think Iga Świątek, she started really well with a lot of heavy shots, and she started to hit a bit flatter, got Katie Bolter into her strike zone, got Katie Bolter into her rhythm, and that's why she has been playing so well. I think if Iga Świątek manages, we saw it in the tiebreak, that one backhand Katie Bolter did miss. It was almost a miss hit by Iga Świątek that jumped out of the strike zone of Katie Bolter, who likes it around hip height, maybe a bit higher. And I think if Iga Świątek can manage to do that frequently and often, the level of tennis from Katie Bolter will drop. Whether it will drop enough for Iga Świątek to turn this match around, I don't know, but I think it will drop. And the question is, can Iga Świątek do it? Because we talked about it many times. She tends to hit even harder when somebody goes at her as fast as Katie Bolter. Laura?
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. I think I'm wondering whether Bolter can sustain the level that she's just shown there, because she was really just ripping it. Sure, Iga's kind of playing it at one pace, maybe too much. But, you know, the level of intensity that these two have had on court for the last hour and 15 is a step up. So, yeah, it would be really interesting to see how she starts this second set. I like that she's gone out to serve a few here, not just sat down thinking about what to do out there.
How are conditions this evening? Because it certainly
really
was
mild.
I was going to say it was a lot cooler coming in here today, wasn't it?
Yeah, not humid at all. Really mild for both players. Court's playing, you know, as fast as it has done throughout the week anyway. But in terms of conditions, couldn't really ask for much better. Swiatek just walking back out there now.
It's going to be similar tomorrow. So certainly need a top this evening. And then at the weekend, we're getting up into the 30s again, as we were a few days ago.
There's a lot of dialogue happening on the Team Poland bench. We saw it for the last few changeovers that Facet was using the whole time. I wish he was wearing a mic. I can't quite make out what he's saying right now. But it's just seeming like a lot more information than the previous two matches.
I'll tell you where it went wrong was making those notes at 4-1. Needed to leave it alone. Everything was going fine.
Second set, Team Great Britain to serve.
Well, this is a goodie. Bolter, the British #1, to start this second set. Swiatek, understandably, as the world #2 started as the heavy favourite. Bolter broken in that opening service game of the match. It's the first break points Swiatek's had since that time. The expression hasn't really changed, has it? Whatever the score, she looks utterly unfazed in this company.
She's annoyed, but that's not a bad miss at all. She set that one up with those higher topspin shots, had the one she wanted, the short one that she can do something with, and just missed by a few centimeters. That should go down in her book as well played.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Another chance here. The comeback starts here for Team Poland.
Close game.
And Laura, the thing with the higher topspin forehands and backhands is that it also gives her more depth, and Katie Bolter was able to play on the baseline, inside the baseline too much in the first set.
Yeah, you're just looking to take her half a step further back, and it just changes her contact point that much more. So even though that it's very hard to try and slow things down off a fast ball coming into your racket, you can kind of accelerate into it and use that pace to add the extra height above the net that she's looking for. But yeah, I got to respect the first game of the second set. As expected, Iga coming out with a renewed energy after the toilet break, and you just saw Wimfoset pointing to his head there. Game on.
Laura, I don't know if you just caught that. I think you're sitting pretty close to the Team Poland zone there. Wimfoset just checking the string tension. He's just put that little, he's just got a little thing next to him that he was just making sure.
And it felt like towards the end of the first set, she stopped using that shot, didn't she? The backhand line that was working so well at the beginning of the match. And that's why we saw her kind of get into these grudge rallies, getting faster and faster, going backhand cross. But that's perfectly placed, and she's not overplaying it. I think she's trying to shorten this first serve in the juice side as well and get it shorter in the box.
Could be a late night for those youngsters. Only on 13 occasions last season did Iga lose the opening set, which was unlucky for some, because in 6 of those matches she did come back to win. That's pretty strong numbers.
2 games to love.
That's well watched.
30-15.
And again, the backhand down the line, opening up options for Katie Boulter. That backhand down the line won her the first set. Hit 2 blistering winners to take the tie break.
Yes.
That's second double faults in this set. Overall tonight, Boulter looks to have got the brew just right. Is it going to be enough?
Advantage, Team Poland.
Sack the second serve coach.
Yeah, well, this was an issue last year. She would have a lot of double faults and always long. That's why they brought on that coach to give her a bit of kick. But both of these last 2 second serves that went long, both she went for the slice serve.
Chance here for the double break for Świątek. Świątek has got some room to breathe, and she pulls out to a 3-love lead in this second set.
Team Poland leads 3 games to 0.
Well, a couple of days ago, Poland were out on Fuji Beach at the Wiley Baths. There it is, the oldest ocean pools in this part of Sydney, and there's plenty of them. Can get a little hectic in there. But one of the great joys about being in this part of the world. When you were playing, did you ever head to the beach, Andrea?
Very rarely. Not a good beach person. I burn easily and I swim terribly. It's a terrible combination.
We're in the second set of what is a very entertaining and competitive encounter between Iga Świątek and Katie Bolter, the Polish and British #1s respectively. Świątek trying to book Poland's place in the semi-finals. Trying to get her team back here at the weekend. And still an awful lot of work to do. Hubie Hurkacz won his opening singles against Britain's Billy Harris. That was expected, and Świątek very much the favourite coming out here. That hasn't quite gone to the script. Let's hope those outfits have not been worn in vain. They made a big effort tonight, those youngsters.
Love 15.
That was a shot from her practice session yesterday. We've been spying on them quite a lot over the last week or so.
And it's interesting, right? These last 2 second serves of Iga's were much slower than she hit them in the first set, but they have the shape, they have the kick, they jump out of the strike zone of Katie Bolter, and they get her 2 unforced errors back to back and a chance to go up 4-love in the second set.
40-30.
It's almost like she prefers that first serve that's not too far away from her. It's around 1 or 2 steps from her return position.
Advantage, Team Poland.
It's a great test, isn't it, of this modified action, which we saw the sort of the beginnings of at the WTA finals in Saudi. And that was the first tournament that she'd worked with women. We're seeing the progression of it now, and it's really being tested here.
Again, Team Poland.
That will do very nicely.
Team Poland leads 4 games to 0.
There we have it. And for those United Cup fans of last year, they will remember that very abbreviated motion where she took the elbow up straight away.
He tried. There's an awful lot of ceiling paraphernalia up there. It would have been spectacular had it made its way through.
And there was that kick serve, right, that they've been working on. It's safer, it lands in the box, opens the court. But in those tight moments, she still grips that slice grip and goes for the old faithful. We saw it go awry just a couple of games back.
Boy, she moves well.
15-13.
And that is the challenge against players like Iga Świątek. Even after that incredibly intense first set, 1 hour 15, she never backs down. The intensity just remains the same. And you have to be able to match it for possibly 3 sets.
That's here.
And Katie didn't play the mixed doubles late last night against Australia because she was already pretty tired after the singles. And then to have this on your plate the following day, That takes it out of the legs.
They're getting a very good workout, and this could be an important hold. Remember, she really hung on in that first set.
Yes. Advantage team Great Britain.
When you think about this time a couple of years ago, she was ranked well outside the world's top 100. It's all coming together for Katie Bolter. That's an excellent hold. Team Poland up a double break in this second set.
Team Poland leads 4-2.
Just missed a couple when he kills me, but it's better to go for it than not. I find it really nice.
I just had that racket walk past me as it got dropped off.
Can you see Wim? He's just constantly checking the tension now. Forget what that thing's
that
called.
one just came back from the stringers. So he's testing it as it comes back before he gives it over to her.
Some players are very fussy about their tension. Some of the others aren't. But when Wim's in town, he's making sure that everything is just right. And Andre, this is a unique opportunity for him, isn't it? Yes, you can talk to your coaches these days in matches when you're down there, but he can really be there in real time to try and bed down some of these changes. I mean, it's ideal, isn't it? I bet he's delighted.
Yeah, it really is the perfect preparation for the Australian Open, especially when you have a new team, to test the waters, get used to each other, get to know each other, and even get to know each other's tensions.
Lucky team.
Can Bolter get one of these breaks back and make this second set as competitive as the first? Back at the pitch, a very important man, Rory Mees, in the blue baseball caps next to Biljana, and Billy Harris keeping the Bolter body in one piece. And that's what's so special for many of us watching Katie out here, having known all the years of illnesses and injuries and spinal stress fractures and ankle problems, and To see her fit and healthy and playing this kind of tennis is wonderful.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes we don't talk enough about how quick her ascension was up the rankings, because she wasn't 15, 16 when Amira Andreeva does it because of her young age. Everyone talks about it. But Katie, you mentioned it earlier. She wasn't even in the top 50 just a year ago. And now she's knocking on the door of the best 20 players in the world. And has shown today that she really does belong there. So this was for her a quick rise, and you have to get used to being that top player. It's not that easy. Very interesting rally here. Again, Iga Świątek goes toe-to-toe with the pace of Katie Boulter, and the moment she takes pace off, the unforced error occurs. We see it not here. This one right there, a bit more height.
She was almost caught off guard by how short it was.
She was ready for that.
Yes.
It felt like the first couple of games of the match, every time Iga dropped one a little bit shorter, Katie actually wasn't ready for it with her footwork, because she's constantly expecting that deep one and the pressure ball coming onto, especially deep in her forehand.
That is spectacular.
Advantage, Team Poland.
She'd make a great limbo dancer, wouldn't she, Iga Świątek? My goodness. I think she had both knees on the ground.
Team Poland. Team Poland leads 5-1.
Well, a little over half an hour ago, Boulter was taking the opening set on a breakup. Here now serving to stay in the second.
Love 15.
That is the one Laura analyzed so beautifully a couple of days ago. Sometimes Katie just doesn't get that wrist work on the forehand and it flies long on her.
$15, $13.
Fabulous.
30.
If she somehow manages to win this match, Katie Boulter, she should take her backhand down the line, out for a drink, treat it really nicely.
That shot changed the entire point around, didn't it? Because the previous shot from Swiatek was gorgeous. It had lovely height, but then she just leans into the backhand line.
I'm sure Alex de Minaur will understand.
I think he'd pay for the drink.
It's very strong.
40-13.
Boulter trying to put some kind of brakes on the momentum here. These forehand heaviness numbers in set 2 on numbers out of 10.
Yes. Advantage, Team Poland.
Well, she doesn't often lose the first set, does she? And this response has been devastating. Team Poland, a chance to level the contest right here. And Poland are right back in this. Swiatek takes the second by 6 games to 1. Well, that was a heavy set for Katie Boulter, broken on 3 occasions.
She's going to leave the court.
And in the meantime, while Boulter's on a break, we can have a little look over the numbers.
And here we see it very glaringly on the winners front. We remember 17 winners in the first set for Katie Boulter, only 4 now. That has very little to do with Katie and a lot to do with the other side, with Iga Swiatek. She managed to get her winners up to 9. She's reduced her unforced errors from 20-something down to 3, and she's gotten a lot more height on her shots. We see it here. There is more depth, there's more height, there's more heaviness, and hence Katie Boulter can't hit as many winners and is hitting a few more unforced errors. Fantastic set by Iga Swiatek.
It felt like Iga was using the back behind really nicely towards the end of that set as well. So often on the first ball, on that +1 shot, she just goes open space, but really catching Boulter off guard at times, especially with shots like that.
Świątek on the way back here, keeping the Polish fans on their feet on the Ken Rosewell Arena. Win for set's been in her ear an awful lot. Bolter's taken a break, as players I want to do these days. And Andrea, I was very interested and behind amused when you said that Katie Bolter will take her backhand down the line out for a drink later. Which shot did you take out for a drink when you were playing?
It was a very toxic relationship, me and my ground stroke. So unfortunately, they rarely ever got a drink from me. But you know, that's why I'm here now and not out there any longer.
This is a quarter-final match. Great Britain taking on Team Poland winner to play Kazakhstan. The Americans flew in from Perth, as did the Kazakhs today. Coco Goff and Taylor Fritz were practicing out on the backcourt. I think they probably have gone out for a supper and maybe a drink.
It is making me laugh that Wimperset's having a banana. I feel like he's spending so much energy on this side of the court. He's like, right, I need some electrolytes, I need some sustenance.
Well, he's been checking the string tension fanatically, hasn't he?
He's been up, he's been down.
That burns a lot of calories, Laura. Tomorrow it will be the Italians against the Czechs. Paolini taking on Mukova in the first singles. In the men's, it will be, if I can find my order of play, which has disappeared. It will be probably against Mihash. They were having quite a workout earlier, I have to say. Isn't it great, though, to have the men and the women practicing again with each other?
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. I was here for a practice session between Jasmine Paolini and Flavio Cobolli. They played a set, and Jasmine Paolini actually won it. And I wondered whether Cobolli will recover from that mentally, but he did very nicely. Saved match point, in fact.
It was the perfect tune-up, but that's, you know, some of the things that we're seeing now on the tour, because so many of the tournaments are combined, and with team events such as this, everyone's getting to know each other a little better. We are awaiting Katie Bolter, and
she's just walked back out.
Right on cue.
And Coach Biliana has been studying that iPad for the entire 5 minutes.
Well, that has all the real-time data on. I wonder what she's gleaned from it. So here we go, final set. Great Britain trying to stay in this matchup and level it and take it to the mixed doubles decider.
Team Poland, 2-7. Love 15.
15.
World number 2 had a great record last season in deciding sets. She won 13 of 16. The last one she lost was at Wimbledon, a match we've already mentioned before, against Yulia Putintseva. So it's been quite some time since she's beaten when taken the distance.
Lights. First set.
What's the play here from Bolter, final set?
I think exactly what she did here. I think she needs to try and take the ball a bit earlier. We talked about how much heavier Iga's ground strokes were in the second set. So the play is either to go back and let them drop or to step up and take them on the rise, try to take time away again from Iga Świątek. The question will be, will her energies suffice Katie Bolters? We just talked about how quick her rise through the rankings was. She's not used to playing these type of matches over and over and over again. She will get used to it. But is she ready? We will see. We saw it against Jess Pegula 12 months ago here.
And even if you miss a few extra, you feel like that's the sort of point where she just needs to rip the backhand line.
Yeah.
Attempt to keep the point short. It's always easier said than done, but at this point of the match, just gone 2 hours, legs probably already feeling it.
Team Poland.
Important hold for Team Poland.
First game.
And we talked about what made the difference between set 1 and set 2, and Laura Robson, she talked about it from the get-go, so I will give her credit, and maybe she wants to take this graphic, but take a look at that, Laura. The first line is the second set average trajectory of Iga Świątek's ground strokes and their height above the net, and the second line is the trajectory of set 1. Your thoughts on this?
I just feel very vindicated. Yeah, I think it's just nice, though, to see that she's put it together in a second set after losing a tough hour 15 first set. A lot of players, definitely not Iga, I wouldn't put her in this camp, would kind of keep trying to do the same thing. And this is what they've been working on. You see the change straight away, and you see the change in the scoreline. And sometimes it really is that simple, but it's very hard to slow the pace down when you're getting such power from the other side of the net.
Very nice job by our team in the analysis, bolt 6.
Yeah, she's found the corner. It's worth reminding ourselves that Bolter came back from a set down against top 5 player Jessica Pegula, this time a year ago, to win the next 2. And come through in that decider. But as good a player as Jess Pegula is, she's not a 5-time Grand Slam champion. This would be huge for Bolter.
15.
And you have to think the first serve is going to play a huge part for Katie if she's able to come through this third set. We've seen a couple of double faults on the second.
30-15. Over.
We switch up from Bolter, second ace in this game.
Game, team,
Billy Harris is thrilled.
Game
he should be. This was a huge hold.
I bet sometimes he can't quite believe the progressions he's made. He's right outside the top 100 now. They've been qualifying for the Australian Open, but the way he's been playing, looks like he's got a chance to be in the main draw. A few years ago, he was driving around sleeping in his van.
Yeah.
So
and now he's out on Bondi Beach on a surfboard.
Yep.
I assume that's what.
It's quite a transformation.
I'm letting it go now because I understood it wrongly, but future you can't do that.
Laura, did you catch any of that?
Yeah, it was the fact that she ran back to her team bench. I need to get my rule book out, but I'm pretty sure you're not meant to cross the net. So she can have a drink, but she needs to take it with her and have it next to the towel box on her own side.
Chick Track's one of the stricter umpires.
She really is.
But she's very good.
Very good, but very strict, and the players know.
Yep.
Love 13.
Looks like we're back in the first set.
Yeah, and I really think that should be her game plan from now on. Change directions quickly. I do think she could have gone even earlier, fought that down the line, but eventually pulled the trigger. The longer she stays in the cross-court rallies, the more topspin Iga Swiatek will be able to produce.
Oh, wow. These are the first break points that Bolter's had since that 7th game of the opening set where she got the break back. And this has been coming, actually. Swiatek's had to work a little harder for her last few service games, even though she's had the holds. What can Bolter do here? taking the breaks on the Świątek comeback. Team GB up a break in this final set.
Team Great Britain leads 2-1.
I think she was a bit rattled by the soft warning there. Had another chat.
I thought so too, Laura. I thought that you could tell even when she did get the soft warning, she had a confused look on her face.
And physio coming on.
Oh, okay.
Early stages of the final set. Physio is out for Iga Świątek.
She's going to take the off-court medical timeout. It looked more like the assessment was on the knee rather than any higher up. But clearly they need to get under the ball shorts.
Under the what, Laura?
The ball shorts, like the shorts connected to the skirt.
Oh, the ball shorts. I thought you meant the bull shorts, and then, you know, with cow and horns.
That would be a new thing.
I was like, no, but often, Laura, you surprise me with things that I've never heard of, so I was just checking that I was on message. Yeah, it's a shame, really, another break in play. But it's never easy, is it, coming out of the pre-season, however long or short it is, and trying to go as hard as they are. And see if we can pick up any of this chat.
It's so loud down here that the GB bench didn't know what was happening until Alex Ward went up to the chair umpire and asked what was going on. I couldn't see any hindrance in the movement. Could you, Andrea?
I couldn't, no. I couldn't. I was surprised that she called this time out. But clearly something bothering her. And this is, she checked, they are in constant communication about the time. You have some time to assess, and then 3 minutes for the medical timeout if it gets called.
The way this match is positioned, it's a shame, isn't it, to have a break right now. Bolter was really hotting up again.
Yeah, this could be 7-8 minutes by the time the next point's played.
Well, and here we saw her take something, whether that were electrolytes or maybe even a painkiller now. In context,
I thought it looked like an electrolyte tab.
Okay.
Obviously, she's having the energy gels as well, but can't go overboard enough with the hydration. Bolter's, I think, going to come out and serve again for the second time in the match.
She's at great serve practice here.
Well, keep practicing that kick second.
Yeah.
Oh, so the medical time has not even started. They're still doing the assessment.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Poland is now receiving medical timeout.
So now the 3 minute starts.
I'm not sure that's ideal for the digital wall and the technology that's in there, Katie. It's not like the one at your club, you know, bricks and mortar.
Billiana's asking if Alex Ward can go out and hit a few with her.
Well, she wants to keep things going, doesn't she? Well, actually, she's certainly. Can you, Andrea, elaborate on exactly about, just maybe explain for anyone that doesn't play the game, exactly why she struggles to get the kick?
Yeah, absolutely. So her grip is already kind of a slice grip, so it's inverted towards a way that when she connects with the ball, it will go. Always when it lands, it will slice out, so it will move to the left. And she needs a bit more pronation. So she hits the ball, if you have it straight on, she hits it from the right side. She needs to get a little bit more under and on the left to be able to produce a kick serve. And that's a different kind of, here we see it here. She will always have that rotation. Here we have a nice angle. You will always have, because she rotates and the way she tosses the ball, she will always feel more comfortable with that slice serve. But to have the option to also hit the kick serve will be a tremendous development in her game. You can see how nicely she rotates with the upper body. You can almost make out the elbow on the other side. So if you can get that pronation, a different type of movement with the elbow where the wrist almost shows to the right side after you finish it, before you follow through, that will have the ball kick.
And you need every serve these days, don't you? You need to hit all the spots, and you need to be able to hit slice, kick, and flat.
And it's more almost about the unpredictability as well, because a lot of women have fantastic backhands, maybe better backhands than forehands. But if you know it's always coming into your body or forehand, the way the women return, you will always be under pressure. And Katie is a first ball, first strike type of player, so she needs to stay as unpredictable as she possibly can.
Okay, and that digital wall's getting another hammering now. And actually these days, because there are so many breaks in play, I mean, I've got to say, it's a different world for yourself and Europe. But back in the day, 80s and 90s,
you didn't have that.
We never went to the bathroom. We never, no one ever went off court.
Even in my time, it was already very rare, I would say.
But now, players, I remember Ash Barty saying that she prepared, you train for these breaks in play. You can factor it into practice sessions. It's become.
Guys, we've lost the plot down here.
Part of the game. What's happening?
Katie Bolter's laughing because they're doing like a kiss cam on the screen, and you've just seen the worst snog of your life.
Oh no!
On the big screen.
There's a lot of reluctance up there as well.
I mean, if that doesn't loosen you up, I don't know what will.
There's so much pressure.
Time.
They're having so much fun, we've always forgotten. We're in the middle of a tennis match here. Iga is back.
With no tape. None that I can see anyway.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play. Thank you. Love 50.
Oh wow, that is very, very close.
Can she restart? Upper break.
I take it back. There's some inner thigh tape happening.
Under the ball shorts.
Indeed. You can see it peeking out.
No, pulled it. Well, broken to love in a last service game was Świątek. This would be quite the response. And eyeing up here a 5th break of the ball to serve.
Lights. Second set. Again, Team Poland. 2 games.
That's okay, Bolt. Come on, back it now.
And you can see it peeking through now on the right thigh, the tape, and has to be said, Iga took this United Cup also as a way to practice and prepare for the Australian Open, was out on those practice courts a lot, played both singles and mixed doubles. So she's been out on court.
Yeah, Sam and I were watching her match warm-up the other day. That was much longer than you would think. I reckon it was closer to 45, 50 minutes than the bog standard half an hour.
Walter yet to win a point since the resumption of play. Eight consecutive points for Świątek. Poland ahead in this third set.
Team Poland leads 3 games to 2.
Let's go, Bolts. Got this. Back on.
An awful lot to discuss in both team zones, but away from the tennis, the French team have been to Taronga Zoo. A chance to see all the animals. Radavasalam with his young family, they absolutely loved it. Very close to the CBD as well. Out in Sydney's inner west, we are under the big top at the Ken Rosewell Arena. The great man's in the house tonight. And, plenty of fans here staying for the conclusion. Sydney Olympic Park, all the hustle and bustle of the United Cup. Plenty of fans inside the arena, plenty on the outside as well, watching it on the big screen.
Time.
Poland won the first of the 3 matches between these two countries. Hubie Hurkacz beating Billie Harris. This is a lot closer than many would have thought. Świątek trying to get her team into the semi-finals.
Well, it seemed almost idiotic to take another break on the changeover after what was about 1:15 of play, but I think just that time back on the bench has settled Bolter slightly, and you can hear the grunts come out. I think Biljana's told her to get a bit more vocal.
That's the universal gesture of hug the baseline. If you see somebody going like that with their hands near the tennis court, you know what to do.
First.
Long day, isn't it? And night for those on the bench.
First serve. Fourteen, 15.
That is an excellent hold.
Team Great Britain.
Great Britain steadying in this final set.
3 games on.
Well, the first meeting between these two is turning into a goodie. The first set was spectacular. Let's see what the decider will bring.
Great point from both women. Nice and aggressive from Katie Bolter and Iga Świątek, showing off that backhand open stance defensive shot that she is really known for. Always in great balance there.
40 low. In game, Team Poland.
This is the game with an ace. Back-to-back love holes for Świątek.
Team Poland leads 4-3.
Not too many words are needed at this stage. Still plenty of fans here as we get ready for the Late Show at Sydney Olympic Park, Ken Rosewell Arena, coming up to 10:30 local time. And still a lot of tennis for the fans to see, and mixed doubles potentially a decider in prospect. Can Iga Świątek see Team Poland through to the semi-finals? This is the woman trying to stop her.
Let's first.
Energy on the serve.
Charlie Brim getting ready for duty. They have a crucial role to play in the mixed doubles coming up after this women's singles.
Let's see, 15.
Come on, Katie. Get up there on the serve. Come on.
Świątek eyeing up a break here. If this does go to a decider, these two are slated to be back for the mixed doubles. It's going to be a heavy night for both women. Still a lot of tennis in this one.
30-14.
That just looked slightly tired in the legs.
Yeah, I agree with Laura. There was a wide shot to get to. Had a lot of distance to cover and just couldn't get her body weight behind that shot. That's why it flew long on her.
It's break point. Bolter holding firm.
Yes.
Great resilience from the Brit here. Looked tired in the previous point, but really pulled herself together to save break point.
Historically, she's always been a gritty competitor. Seeing that now. Here comes Iga, and she's got another chance to break.
Advantage, Team Poland. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Got it.
Yes.
Physio room's going to be busy tonight. These two pushing right to the edge.
A stunning contest it is right now. I even saw Laura Robson clapping after this.
Oh, you got to.
This is a goodie. Well, number 2 on the ropes here.
A lot of grimacing going on.
Great Britain.
Down Team Poland's end though. Iga just pulled up short. She slid out on the outside leg really well on the backhand side, but then just at the end of that point you could see a bit of pain maybe creeping in.
Yes. Thank you. Advantage, Team Great Britain.
What a hold.
Great Britain. Games on.
Well, this first meeting between the two has been an absolute throwdown.
Welcome to 2025.
There's no easing our way in, is there? Goodness me, we're not that far shy of 3 hours here.
It's so enjoyable because you can just see on their faces how much they both want it.
Well watched.
Love 15.
It's a brutal test, isn't it, of this new service motion? It's being completely examined out here under the lights.
This is the Katie Boulter we saw at the end of the first set. Absolutely ruthless on anything that drops short in the court. Defending the baseline like her life depended on it. And Iga Świątek needs to find a way to push Katie Boulter back behind the baseline as she did in the second set. Because right now it's on Katie's racket.
Too good.
30-all.
That was a beautiful angle, opening the court so widely.
Fabulous.
30-14.
Well, sensational ball striking from Bolter. Brings up a break point.
Donation winning Team Poland.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, has she made it? She has.
Yes.
Wow. One millimeter.
Oh, wow.
Only has to touch. So we're back at deuce.
Advantage Team Poland.
This sport will be the bane of all of our existence.
This is one hell of a competitor, isn't it? 4 times the champion at Roland Garros, once at the US Open. Over 100 weeks as world number 1. Fighting hard here.
Again, Team Poland.
She gets the hold. Poland ahead. Back end of this final set.
Team Poland leads 5 games to play.
Drama here at the Ken Rosal Arena, the quarterfinal between Great Britain and Poland, and it's all on the line. Bolter has to win to save it. We are on serve after a couple of breaks in this final set. How hard does Bolter push right here? It's so much on the line. Not merely the match, but this quarterfinal as well.
Lights. 6.
And still they go at it.
Love 13.
But there's a little opening here for Świątek.
Incredible depth of shot right there that forces the error.
Goodness me, she's had to push hard tonight.
This is a...
Time violation, winning team.
Okay, we're even on the time violations as well now. This is a fabulous, fabulous match.
Well, for close on 3 hours, Katie Boulder, the world number 24, has gone toe-to-toe with one of the very best in the world. Team Poland at match point.
Team Poland.
That was epic. Świątek and Team Poland are through to the semi-finals. The world number 2 back from a set down. She wins 6-7, 6-1, 6-4 in just a few minutes shy of 3 hours. And what a way for Poland to book their place in the last 4. Utterly absorbing. Utterly exhausting.
Absolutely, Sam. This was one of the best. Okay, and this is not sound. This shouldn't be a joke, but this is one of the best matches of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what. If we get many more like that, we'll be very happy, won't we?
Absolutely. This was a joy to watch, from the quality to the intensity to the mental resilience of both women, and she came out on top. The world number 2. Who wants that number 1 spot back so badly.
And look what it means. Look at the winning she's done. Found a way through. And that was a team effort. For Bolter, that might be one of the best matches of her career, and she'll digest all that once she's got over the loss. We won't have a mixed doubles to the decider, but this is how it ended. Team Poland are through. Let's hear from Iga. She's with Laura.
I'll let you stay hydrated. Iga, it's only day 2 of 2025, but that might be one of the best matches you'll play all year. You two have just put on a show for the last 3 hours, and you've been able to secure a semi-final spot for your team. What does that mean to you?
I don't know, I'm just exhausted, you know. I'm happy that I won, so I don't need to play mixed doubles. No, but this match was crazy, like so many changes of momentum, like I thought I have it under control in the first set, but for sure I got tight, you know, and I didn't work on it. But then I didn't want to repeat the same mistake in the third, and yeah, like I took like 4 painkillers because also like a lot hurt, but I'm happy that we won, and for sure I'm gonna use the day off tomorrow.
So you're going through it physically on the court, and then your opponent's playing with such a great ball strike. What do you tell yourself in those key moments? Because you are such a competitor, but you had to really dig deep for that.
I don't know, just, you know, I try to keep pushing, knowing that I need to keep up the quality, because with quality, you know, I'm not gonna have to, you know, play these longer rallies maybe if I'm more precise and everything, but for sure it's hard to be precise under so much pressure. But yeah, I made it today, so for sure it's a step forward, and during some moments I knew I can be more brave, and then at the end I was able to, so I'm happy.
And we did notice between the first and the second set that your height changed a lot, especially on your forehand side, your height over the net changed. Was that something that you were able to think about as the match went on, that you knew you needed to try and slow it down?
Well, the height of the ball over the net, you mean? Yeah, like this is my goal always, but I sometimes get too excited and play too flat, and I think Katie likes this kind of ball, so I wasn't helping myself when I wanted to go fast and flat, but yeah, I mean, the key in my game kind of is always to spin, so so I need to like stay committed to that, which is not easy sometimes, you know, because you feel like this is a fast court, and maybe if you hit fast, it's gonna make an impact, but you know, it's not all about the speed, so for sure this is something I'm working on and trying to keep doing.
I'd ask you about the mixed doubles, but I think you've already answered that. Maybe we'll see you back on the bench to celebrate with your team in a bit. Congratulations, Team Poland through to the semi-final.
If they give me space to like lie down there and maybe take a nap, maybe I'll be there. No, but I want to see it for sure. But I can't focus anyway. Like I think I'll go to the locker room and just die.
Enjoy your rest, please. Show your appreciation. What an incredible match for Iga Swiatek.
We really have been treated, and I think it might be a dunk in the iceberg, but goodness me, what output so early on in the season. And it's not often that she gets the racket taken out of her hands. We're not going to see that many times this year. What a test. And it might be just what she's needed in the run-up to the Australian Open.
Yeah, I think in the long run this will give her a tremendous amount of confidence, having gotten through that match against the type of player she doesn't like to play. The Australian Open can come from the perspective of Iga Swiatek, and honestly from the perspective of Katie Boulter as well. She's definitely ready.
Many of the players, the top women, will be very happy that she's a fairly high seed, but they wouldn't want to see Katie floating in the draw, and as she has been in recent times. And for Boulter, who wants to go deep in a slam, well, surely she's been given a huge amount of boost and a confidence from this United Cup. We're going to have a lie down, but before we go, let's have a look at the numbers.
Yeah, in the end, it's not a lot, but it is 9 unforced errors less off of the racket from Iga Swiatek. A few tactical adjustments that she made, but this was a brilliant match from both players, and we should focus on this incredible intensity that both of them brought, and just be thankful to be part of the sport, even though it will be the bane of our existence.
My thanks to Laura and Andrea. We'll take our leave now, but Poland are through to the semi-finals, but we still got a mix to play, so stay with us. We'll be back very shortly.
Well, welcome back to the United Cup. It is quarterfinals night with two fantastic singles matches. Both have gone Poland's way. So they're through to the semi-finals. So this mixed doubles about to get out on court is all about pride for GB. They'd love to get a point. And players are about to make their way out here onto Ken Rosewall Arena.
Please welcome, representing Great Britain, it's Olivia Nichols and Charles Broom.
So there is a change. Katie Bolter not coming out. That's to be expected. Olivia Nichols is taking her place.
Please welcome,
Charlie Broom's been out the whole
representing
time.
Poland, Maja Wolicka and Jan Zielinski.
And a full change from what we saw a couple of nights ago for Team Poland. Jan Zielinski has played one of the mixed doubles alongside of Iga Świątek, but Maja Wolicka is making her debut at this year's United Cup. Todd Woodbridge in the booth leading this mixed doubles match, and alongside of me, it's been a busy evening and she's back at it again, is Laura Robson. Did you get a breather?
I had a couple of jelly snakes and I'm back to it. No, to be honest, I feel pumped up from the level that we just saw in the women's match. So looking for more of the same in this one. Liv Nichols and Charles Broom. I felt like they were going to play, even if Katie had somehow been able to win that match. I don't know what she would have had left in the tank for the mix. So these two have played. They played and lost to Australia last night. Team Poland, a bit of an unknown though. Zielinski we saw on the first day playing with Iga, but a new partner today.
Well, they're making their way out to the coin toss, and Mohamed Leani is in the chair for this mixed double, so we'll listen in.
So a couple of reminders like usual, net sensor, TV changeovers, and you know about the timeout, you know, before you're serving. Any question about anything? So after the coin toss, we have two nice pictures, okay? So we'll ask Team Great Britain AU or John Newcomb.
Australian Open.
Australian Open. So you want to flip? So up in the air, Australian Open is called. Oh, good flip. Very good. AO.
Receive.
Receive. You stay. Okay, so nice picture together. Turn around.
So the coin toss is done, and as mentioned, Poland are through to the semi-finals. But this match still has prize money attached to it, and all four players will be very happy to take a bit of that home. Big day for Maja Wolicka to be out playing for Poland here at the United Cup. She's 23 years of age, 5'5" in height, so quite small, diminutive, but she's been around some big names for a long time. She grew up playing alongside of Iga Świątek. In fact, was a runner-up in the 2017 Australian Open junior doubles there. So she has played a lot of team tennis. She played junior Billie Jean King Cup for Poland. Nice lefty, and she's quite crafty on the doubles court. She has quite a few ITF titles to her name, as well as a 125 WTA title, Laura.
Yeah, her career high doubles ranking is just about the same as her singles, so clearly puts in a big effort on the doubles court. Well, off what we can see, hasn't played a mixed doubles before though, which is a very different experience. Zielinski's got a huge amount of experience on his side of the court though.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's 25 years of age, very solid doubles player. Quarterfinalist more recently at the US Open. Career high of number 7, so he's been a top 10 doubles player in the world. Only one title to his name, sorry, I beg your pardon, one title this year, 5 titles to his name throughout his career. As we take a look, and I'm going to leave this to you, because this is one of your teammates.
Yeah, Liv Nichols, a doubles expert on the British team. She went off to American college and from there has almost exclusively played doubles. Hasn't quite made it through that upper echelon yet. Third round of both Wimbledon and the US Open. Semi-finals in mixed doubles at Wimbledon though in 2023.
Also played some good doubles when playing for a country in the Billie Jean King Cup. Being a part of that team has been quite successful over the last couple of years.
And Liv really brings the energy on Team GB at both United Cup and Billie Jean King Cup. We've seen a lot of Charles Broom this week in the mixed.
He's been playing well. It's been a good experience for him. Well, Charles is from Hertfordshire originally. Went to US college as well. Started at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire, then went on to play at Baylor University, where he completed a master's degree while playing his tennis there in sports pedagogy. Can't quite get pedagogy.
Okay.
Pedagogy.
Yeah, we got it.
Which has to do with sports science, kinesiology, and the like. But it's been an excellent night of tennis. A lot of the crowd have departed after that last women's singles, but still plenty who have decided to come down closer from the upper echelons of this 10,000 plus seat stadium here at Ken Rosewall Arena.
Can you say pedagogy again?
Oh, Petch, you're with us. Hello and welcome.
Just once more for me.
Can you say it for me? Pedagogy or pedagogy? What is it, Petch?
Pedagogy.
Pedagogy.
That is not what Todd just said.
There's no goji berries attached.
Listen, it's 11:15. Give him a break.
It's how teachers teach. It's a methodology.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I knew we needed you for something. Well, Laura Robson alongside me. Mark Petchy's joined us.
I've just been letting you say that word all week.
Yeah, making a fool of myself.
Charles Broom match that we've done.
As we welcome everybody back from around the world, explain for us what Charlie Broom studied.
Are you asking me? You've just been telling the world. What are you asking me? You've just been telling them.
We're re-educating them, please.
Pedagogy is what he studied at Baylor for a couple of years. It's basically a method of how teachers teach, how they influence you and everything else. So it gets to that. I don't understand why anyone that's majored in biochemistry wants to try and make sense of this absolutely mental sport.
Well, it gets in your blood. I mean, he played it when he was young, and he went to school and thought, yep, I'll try and see if I can implement some of that pedagogy into my game. Well, this is going to be fun, Petch. I mean, there's a little bit of pride on the line for GB. After what has been two really good singles matches. Billy Harris played a good tight match, went down to the big man Hubert Hurkacz, and then of course that was a great match for Katie Boulter, so close in pulling off a very famous victory for her.
Yeah, watching Maya win that title in Floridopolis, getting through against Maya Sharif, I was impressed. So on the clay courts, it'll be interesting to see how that transfers to the heart.
To serve, Team Poland. Ready? Play.
Here we go, the mixed doubles underway.
Love 15. Let second service.
Todd, all I can say is I'm quite delighted that Jan wasn't been in the gym when I've been in there. He has got muscles on muscles.
Yeah, solid man, isn't he? Oof. Goes for the body serve, doesn't quite get it on the hip of Charlie Broom, and that is a clean strike straight up the line. Very nice.
Good for you to let everyone know that you've been in the gym, Patch.
Yeah, well, it's where I fill my water bottle up.
And get a clean towel.
Third duel. (40-30). Please. In Team Poland.
So it's an opening hold of serve for Jan Zielinski and Team Poland. Of course, Poland now go on to play Kazakhstan in the semi-finals.
It doesn't get any easier for Iga Swiatek, does it?
No.
Match up against Elena Rybakina on its way. And you might think that that one will come down to the mixed.
Yeah, once again, the mixed been dominant throughout the tournament, where deciding matches have been because of it. There's been some terrific tennis. So Charlie Broom is about to open for GB here.
Charles Broom to serve for Team Great Britain.
Not a bad move already to go line though, because you know that Zielinski is going to be active when he's at the net.
Well, Zielinski's going to have to do a lot of work to help cover for Walinska. 5'5", she's quite diminutive. Oh, and a great strike there. And in this modern game of tennis, it is tough for people that are shorter to really compete. You talk about, Katie Boulder, big, strong, strikes the ball, Rybakina and the like. They're tall, they are dominating with their power. So you have to be either very, very quick, like Jasmine Paolini, as well as bring a weapon to be able to really hang in there in the women's game. It is dynamic now.
15-30.
He's got some good juice, Charlie, on his serve, hasn't he?
He's got really lovely strokes. They're very smooth.
He was at Gosling as well. He was with
40-30.
He was with a bunch of coaches there, wasn't he? Including Sergio Gomez, who's been doing the work with Katie on her serve a couple of times last year. I actually worked alongside Sergio with Andy Murray back in 2021 when Andy's serve had kind of disintegrated a little bit because of the hip problem that he had. And just looking at his technique,
Deciding
if you want to get some good technique, particularly on the serve, I think Sergio's your man.
Yeah, it never really looks like his shots are going to break down. You just kind of wish they had a bit more juice on them.
This is the first deciding point of the match. And it goes away. Poland doesn't do enough with the volley and exposes the opportunity for the lob, and it is executed to perfection.
Team Poland with 2 games to love.
Slick Sensky. How slick was that? He just literally just stood there and he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and there was absolutely nothing the Brits could do about that. That was very, very cool.
I feel like the first volley from Nicholls, maybe, it was on show a bit in the doubles against Australia last night as well, that she just doesn't quite punch it enough at times.
$50 love.
Charlie may just end up moving his return position there. He wasn't entirely sure, of course, what he was going to get in terms of pace and everything else. That is dropping on him, and it's staying pretty low at 146k. So we'll expect to see his feet up on the baseline, if not inside the baseline.
Yeah, we went way too early there. It's interesting because the first match that Charlie played with Katie, he played the backhand side, and now he's gone to the forehand court, which...
Yeah, which is because of Liv Nicholls, what she's used to playing in ladies doubles on.
But this is mixed doubles.
I can see that, Todd.
Good spot, Todd. Gee.
Glad someone switched on.
Well, you would kind of think,
30,
unless you
it's
have
dangerous to think at this time of night.
massive returner of like Laura Robson quality that's going to grip and rip.
Okay.
That you'd be better off having the guy who, on that side, is going to get more of the break points. So if you get to a 30-40, it goes to the man. There's less pressure serving to the woman than there is to the man on that side.
40, 15.
What do you think about that, Laura?
I see your logic.
It was interesting for me. That was always
she didn't agree with you, by the way. She just saw your logic.
I mean, when you get down to the sudden death juices, it's
a little more
woman
neutralized.
to woman, yeah. So you're really talking about a 30-40 point, or maybe a love 40.
I'm going to tell you, it was a dilemma for me at times when I was out playing mixed, because I played a lot of mixed. I was a forehand court player, and I did at times play that forehand court in the mix, but not all the time. I often, depending on the partner, would go and play the backhand side. So Arantxa Sanchez I gave the backhand to.
Who didn't you give the backhand to?
Stubbsy.
I knew that was coming.
Deuce.
I know Katie Bolter in their first match wanted her forehand as well. So everyone's got their preference.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about it, and then we said, well, it comes down to the deciding point anyway, and here we are. So we've had two now. And if you're going to lob it, you've also got to lob it on the other side. Tough to get it over Jan, and pays the price. And Poland race ahead 3-love in the opening set. So it's so tight in these mixed doubles in terms of momentum swings when you have that deciding point. And we've seen in all the mix that we've done, teams get off to a red-hot start by taking those deciding points. You've really somehow got to try to focus on them if you can.
Team Poland off to a strong start here. Haven't seen much of young Maya. She's not that young.
A time.
23, she is.
23, yeah.
I feel like
Comparatively,
that's
it's young, yeah. But I like her lefty swing on that forehand.
Great Britain.
Really smooth wrist as she drops into the ball.
No, she's well produced in all of the departments, and it's just a little bit like we're saying with Liv. There's that where you need that extra pop to get a ball away. It's just maybe not quite there. Technically sound. Pretty good ball striker. Jan Zielinski, pitch.
Todd, you don't make finals of Grand Slams in singles or doubles or mixed or anything else if you don't hit the ball well, and obviously Jan did that in 2023. Hichikata and Kubler getting the better of him, and Hugo Nice in that particular final. But yeah, he's class. If you give him time on the ball, and like so many of these players out here, he's gonna make things happen for you.
Charlie doing his best to try and help out, but he committed so far across they couldn't recover. And this again, like that nice little smooth roller from Maya, and then there's the line, takes it on the rise, perfect.
Mara, of course, qualifying for Wimbledon back in 2022, beat Coco Vandeweghe in the last round of qualies there. And Siniakova in the opening round just underscores that she's got a little bit more than perhaps it looks like at times. And also, when you look at the results after that, lost in that year in 22 to Alison Risk-Amritraj in 3 sets. Also went down to Petra Martic, who many that are watching this will know her name in 3 sets. Lost to Jodie Burrage, 7-6 in the third. Also Avanesian, who's obviously starred in the last 12 months in a final set, 6-4. So, you know, she's been knocking on the door with some players that have broken through recently.
So here we are again. 4 games played, 3 deciding points. That's a very warm welcome, I've got to say, to Renee Stubbs, who's listening in
yes,
to our commentary.
Sure she is.
She's just messaged me and reminded me that
she's got a few
some of the performances we had together.
For you.
Did it come in all caps locks like her tweets?
And they're on the board.
Great Britain.
A good hole for Olivia Nichols in the end. Well, the only person that I know of, Renee Stubbs, to have fractured her wrist, broken her wrist more or less mid-match, continued to guts it out and win a slam in mix and go on and win one in the ladies' doubles the next day. Pretty big effort, Petch.
That's an incredible effort. I like the way you softened it for her after what you said earlier about not letting her stay in the backhand corner.
had to fill the hole.
15 love.
I can literally see your phone lighting up every 2 seconds.
Jan's eyes lit up there when he saw that
13
return.
down.
That was only going in one direction and at full velocity.
It's interesting, he's dominating the court, isn't he?
Yeah, and rightly so.
He's got the biggest serve on the court. The only one who's able to stroll through his service games.
That one at 205.
At 14-15.
Laura, did you enjoy returning really fast serves when you were playing mixed?
Oh, I loved it. We were talking
She
about
wouldn't
this
have liked
the other
playing
day.
you and I.
I was just about to throw that in there, but you beat me to it.
That's big serving though from Zelensky and Poland. They're ahead 4-1 in the opening set here. Poland ahead 1 and have won the tie 2-love.
Yeah, if it was fast and they were doing I formation, even better, because then you just pick a side and come in. The worst serve was Max Murney's kick serve right over my head.
Well, it's been a pretty good week here in Sydney for Team Poland, and they've been out and about. Actually, they've done some wonderful tourism spots, and that's how they got that flamingo that's sitting on the side of the court with them, a new mascot. But there is so much to see and do. We've focused on the harbour a lot. There's the coastlines, and you can go as far as 90 minutes down the coast towards Wollongong, where you've got some magnificent hiking. Go the other direction, and north of Sydney to Palm Beach. You could also go to Summer Bay and do a bit of filming.
It's like Neighbours.
Got it. Well, welcome back to the United Cup. It's a late night finish here in Sydney tonight, but Poland are celebrating a victory as they move through to the semi-finals, where they'll take on Kazakhstan. They're looking to go for a clean sweep of 3-love here. GB trying to see if they can stop that from happening. Tough opening set for them though. Charlie Broom serving at 1-4.
15-love.
That's perfect doubles. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the serve. It was solid, but he gets the ball down to the incoming Broom, who's got to then half volley up. So as soon as he senses that, he's in with the drive volley and through the centre. There's a big opening there, and that is perfect mixed doubles.
At 13-15. At 14-15.
I actually quite like the way Charlie Broom plays his doubles. I think you can tell he's played quite a lot in college tennis, and as you mentioned, very smooth. So he's actually good serve volley. Technique on the serve is good. He returns solidly. It's probably time he started to do a little better at tour level.
Game team Great Britain.
And part of that, Petch, is actually being able to find the right partner that you gel with. Someone that complements you in, and you know, maybe where he's strong, he needs a big server to play with to maximise those two changes, or a lefty, which is, you know, one of the great
well,
things.
He made third round of Wimbledon with Arthur Ferry, who is neither of those things.
Well,
who also plays a
I'm
really
gonna leave
lovely.
you twos to fight for a moment.
Well, no, he also plays a really lovely, smooth game. But I think you just get a few more free points on a grass court, don't you?
You do. You know. Yes. It's hard. It's one of those things that I think when you're choosing a partner, you really got to look for somebody that does something better than you do, and vice versa, and then you can cover all of those holes, and it makes it tough. I mean, in that sense, that's why even just the right-left-handed combos tend to do really well. Just the ball coming from different angle every time that you go down to serve.
13 down.
They actually beat Kuloff and Mektic that week.
Big win.
Huge.
Well, it doesn't. That's not a big surprise to me in that sense. So I think certainly the quality is there. Look at that.
13-15.
Alex Ward's had a big day on the bench, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done a nice job, and I mean, it's a nice unit. They're very close. You can see that, and yeah, they've pushed Poland all the way today. It's been they've been some really good performances. Thought Billy Harris played well. Certainly learnt a lot from his match. And obviously Katie was spectacular, just 1 millimeter separating her from a chance to serve out against the world number 2. So yeah, it's been given the fact that Jack pulled out when he did, and they lost what would have been obviously a very strong number 1, they have acquitted themselves incredibly well.
Finding the spaces, Team Poland.
Team Poland, your balls please.
Game away from the opening set. They got 5-2 in 24 minutes.
5 games to 2.
Well, it's been a good day for Team Poland. You can see Yubi Hurkacz in the back row. He was very pleased, Patch, to get through a singles. He had 2 losses and very much needing a win and a bit of confidence tonight.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You can be as good as he is with 8 titles and be career high number 6 and just be sort of sitting at 16, but the knee injury he picked up, and then the way things are going with a big change in his team, just a win will have smoothed things out for him. It would have made his future look just a little bit clearer.
Yeah, a good match against Billy Harris, and in a way just what he needed, playing him into a bit of form, building a bit of confidence into the next match against Kazakhstan. he'll take on Shevchenko.
Let second service. Love 15.
Oh, that's clever, hey? Good hands, good eye.
And didn't overplay it, went for the slice.
Nicely done. Well, an unfortunate miss from Broom at net. Brings up 2 set points for Team Poland. Only one required. Lovely return
Team Poland
from Walinska. And that is a very, very nice set of mixed doubles from Team Poland. They take it in 28 minutes by 6 games to 2. Not sure that they will, but this duo would be quite good in Melbourne in a couple of weeks' time, or a week and a half's time in the mix, the way they play.
Yeah, I wonder who Zelensky's signing in with. It's always a last-minute thing for the mix to see who gets in with who. As we look at the numbers from set 1, just a great first-set percentage from Team Poland. And then, of course, winning those break points early on in the set made a huge difference, 2 out of 3.
I doubt he'll get in with Meyer 126, even with his ranking having had been high. That won't make the cut, so they'll have to work on who you can get in with. It's a combination of both rankings. That was a very good play, that one. Like how he uses the centre a lot. He kind of really knows the right angles to hit on a doubles court, Zelensky. And sheer dominance from him in the opener. So set 2 about to get underway. The format for the mixed doubles, it is 2 sets and a match tiebreak if it is to go 1 set all. And of course, no ad scoring as Katie Bolter makes her way back out to watch her team after a warm down.
Second set, Team Poland to serve.
Had a bag of ice with her.
Now she'll be feeling that was a tough match.
That's the way to start the second set.
Love 15. 15 all. Thirteen, 15.
Best return of the match that Liv Nichols has played.
He's got good variety too and speed in all corners. Tough to break.
Team Poland.
And it's another hold to serve for Team Poland.
First game, second set.
Well, if GB are going to break, it won't be on Zelensky's serve. I think that's fair to say.
Shea Sue, she has retired, right?
Has she? I don't think so.
She was going to play the... So 2024 was going to be the last Grand Slam, wasn't it? And then she continued, because obviously her and Jan won Aussie, then won Wimbledon mixed.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if she is... I was just sort of mulling it over here. So he would obviously team up with her, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah. And she does tend to retire and come back and keep winning.
So she's definitely retired from singles. That was what was announced.
Yeah.
But she's continuing to go in the dubs.
As far as I know, yeah.
I would imagine that's going to be his partner. Shot, Charlie.
Well, he's got a good one in that, hasn't he?
15 love.
But then you just don't know these days because Mertens is now partnering Ellen Perez in 2025.
Right.
And she was Sue's partner. So we'll see in Melbourne, I guess.
Bit casual.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Might have got it caught in the rafters just a little bit, the difficulty of looking up into the roof.
You're going soft in your old age. That's very different from the singles match take that you had when you were down here.
Well, I've just got a little update for you on partners.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks to Ellen Perez, who's listening in. Good evening to you, and nearly good morning, Ellen.
Well, hopefully I got that right then.
You're going to like who... get the message up. Here we go. Sue to partner with Ostapenko.
I did hear that, you know.
And
I needed to write down all these changes. There was a lot happening in the off-season.
That will be one to watch, that's for sure.
Ostapenko ended her partnership. Oh, I'm blanking now.
One game.
While you blank and recheck, that was a holder serve for Charlie.
Kitchenot. There we go.
Well played, Charlie. That's another point there, though.
I think we both saw the same volley there, didn't we?
Yeah.
That could have been point over a lot sooner.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the technique and the make from Olivia Nichols. It was that backhand volley early in the point where it just didn't get put away.
She places it.
Yeah. And at this level, you can't give opponents another chance to stay in the point.
Love 30.
Perfect little frame return, that one. So there's a little bit of change of momentum. Love 30. It can change very quickly in the mix. You have to stay on top of things. You can't let your guard down. Excellent tennis from all four on court.
30.
Some good nous from Maya here. Doesn't overplay. This is a great little rolling shot. Gets it down low, immediately coming forward. Just a little too high, which allowed Zelensky to get pace and get that ball back through the center.
Oh my goodness, what a shot.
Charles Broom. That's one for the highlight reel.
13-14.
Chuffed with himself too.
Yeah, he should be. He's taken this on the rise. That was an amazing shot. And he's got it down, which forced Meyer into just popping it back up there. Could force this match into a little bit of a detour.
Oh, he's everywhere.
That was another incredible pickup from Charles Broom.
He's a bit like you on Channel 9.
Have a look at the anticipation, though, from Zelensky here. He's reading the play so well. He had to get that one away, otherwise the court was wide open, but just too good. So we're at another deciding point. Yours. Someone's got to take the middle. And it's costly. A hold to serve for Team Poland. And they're ahead, a set and 2-1.
Team Poland, 2 games to 1.
Bravo, Maya.
Welcome back to the United Cup. Been a big night's tennis here on Ken Rosewall Arena. Quarterfinals night, and it is Team Poland that have advanced through to the semi-finals to take on Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, the United States, arriving later, a little earlier. What are we? Well, right on midnight. It was, but in the afternoon from Perth. We saw Coco Gauff out hitting some balls. They have a rest day tomorrow before they'll play the semis the day after.
Love 15.
Tomorrow here in the evening session, it will be Italy taking on Czechia for the final spot in the semi-finals.
Left for service. For service.
Well, that was one of the things we've been talking about in the next to Laura, where if you play high and you give the returner a good chance to get it down the line and you're not covered it very well, it opens things up. And Zielinski there just reading the play perfectly. Great return from Walinska. Sometimes it's much easier to play the conventional way like they are here to keep yourself in the point, to absorb. You saw the Italian team doing that well.
Oh.
He's not as sorry as he looks.
Isn't that a funny part of our game? That
I don't know who decided in the first place that you're meant to apologise.
Well, it would have been New English for sure.
Because no one is ever sorry.
It's at the garden tea party that you're at, all very pleasant.
30-40.
Terribly sorry, I didn't mean to do that, and that's how it came about.
My favourite is when someone says sorry and then turns around and does a fist bump.
In Team
And
Poland.
there's the break, so things moving swiftly in Team Poland's favour here.
He not only hits it hard, but he's got an amazing ability to keep it very low to the top of the net, so that even though Broom is crossing, and even when he's gone down the line, he's got a very defensive volley, and yet Charlie's like right on top of the net, so it makes it exceptionally difficult to actually get involved to try and help Nichols out on her service games. See why he's picked up a couple of mixed doubles titles.
Talking about that, there was a very famous and successful Bahamian doubles player that if you did something a little lucky or the like and didn't apologise, he would get very upset and he'd waste the next 3 points. So you never apologise to him, because he would lose his head that you hadn't apologised. So
are you not going to mention his name?
Don't fancy throwing out a name?
Well, there's only one very successful Bahamian doubles player.
Are you talking about Mark Knowles?
There you go. Yeah, Knowlesy.
Knowlesy just been thrown under the bus. It's a long queue of people that Woodbridge is going to throw under the bus this Australian
is about 3
summer.
tonight already.
So just be thankful that you're about third in the queue.
Knowlesy would laugh.
Oh, that's placed so nicely. Above her backhand corner.
And again, like you watch Olivia, there's nothing wrong with what she's doing. It's just not enough on it to win the point. It's a comfortable reflex for Valinska at net to stay in it. And then Jan's just dominated most parts of the court in this match so far.
For service.
Huge. Team 206 out wide. And a love game for Zielinski. Team Poland on fire here in this match. 6-2, 4-1. Well, let's just take a little look at what has happened here tonight. This was the men's singles that opened proceedings here on Ken Rosewall Arena. It was a tight opening set.
Billy Harris has been tight in 2 out of 3 matches that he's played this week against players ranked much higher than him.
Team Poland.
Should give him some confidence heading into the AO.
He didn't get the win, but he's had 3 very good matches, hitting the ball well, playing well, but it's the quality that he's coming up against. And when we talk about that, Katie Bolter put up a very good effort here tonight against Iga Swiatek.
Huge effort.
There hasn't been many times in Katie's singles career where she's really been in a match like that to take out one of the very top of the game. So she's got to be looking at that going, you know what, this is an excellent start for me to 2025.
Yeah, she's played a tight match against Arina Sabalenka before. And then obviously that win against Jess Pegula here last year. It's her best in terms of ranking, but I was so impressed with how her intensity didn't drop today at all. And I thought that was going to be the biggest challenge after the first set.
They're good signs, though, if you can maintain that for long, extended periods of time like she did.
But towards the end of the match, you could hear the Team GB bench telling Katie, I think she's physically struggling more than you. And if you would have told her that 18 months ago, she would never have believed you that she would be outlasting Iga Swiatek in a 3-hour match.
Team Great Britain.
Bit of flair to that, Mohammed.
Team Poland need 4 games to 2.
Well, he's got nothing else to do.
It's a good service game.
Might as well get involved in the vocals.
Well, if GB are going to stay in it, this is the game that they have to break. They haven't been close to getting a break on Zielinski. Well done, Liv Nichols there.
15 all. At 13-15.
Well, it's got some lovely feel on that lob. That's not the first time tonight that she's guided one over the Brits and hit it virtually perfectly.
Touch.
A rare error from Zielinski at net. She reminds me a little bit of Patty Schneider. Austria.
I know who Patty Schneider is, yeah.
Because she's left-handed.
Well, no, she's...
I know all the lefties.
The same, like, nice, that smooth rhythm, the way that she kind of holds the ball and is able to roll it.
I can see a similarity in the backhand, yes. I'm not convinced on the forehand.
Just a
14-13.
You had me worried for a moment that you didn't know who Patty was.
I used to love watching Patty Schneider.
She would have taken the backhand side with you, Todd, wouldn't she?
Yeah. So it's going to be tough now for GB. It's a set and 5-2 for Team Poland.
Team Poland in 5 games to 2.
Sure. Well, it is a very good morning, you can say, from Ken Rosewall Arena, one of the later finishers who had this year's United Cup, by virtue of what was a wonderful women's singles that went all the way to 6-4 in the third. Iga Swiatek finally breaking at 5-4 to defeat Katie Bolter. We'll be back here later this afternoon for the second quarterfinal between Italy and Czechia. The winner of that will take on the USA.
Charlie's trick shot reel has just been extended for the night.
15 love.
Here it is. Nice tweener. I think he probably hit an out ball actually on that smash. Zielinski. That's a good crisp volley.
Do you think that was going wide, Laura?
No.
Definitely was
he
wide.
hasn't had a strong night, has he?
That was wide for sure. Let's have another look
There's
here.
no chance that's going out.
It was going out. Look at the spin. It's going out to the right.
There was spin. It's a tweener. There's no spin on the ball.
Goodness me, when you were vulturing Grand Slam titles, it must have been a weak era.
Definitely wrong.
15.
I'm sitting on that line.
I'd have hated to play you in juniors if you thought that was going out.
I'm getting in bolt 6 to have a look at that flight right now.
A 40-15.
Olivia knows a ball that's going out when she sees one.
She's got a good eye. Oh, there it is again. It's quite well disguised off that side, isn't
It's
it?
gorgeous.
Just shuts the racket face ever so slightly, and then from there it could be rolled cross court.
Yeah, she could have easily hit that as an angle, you know, little dipping shot.
The last minute just brushes up the back of the ball. Very nice indeed.
Team Great Britain.
Hanging in.
Your balls, please.
He was so close to the net there, it was almost 3 against 1.
Team Poland.
But it had to be that close. But again, you look at how Zielinski gets that ball so tight to the net on that return. I mean, it is an incredible ability he has off the return to keep it so low consistently. How's bolt 6 doing on that ball, Todd?
They're going to get it to me, they said. Let's soon talk about balls, though. It's a lovely segue because Jan Zielinski is going to be served for the match here with brand new balls. And another bit of etiquette showing the opponents.
Love 15.
I'm pleased to say that I have somebody else on my side that thought that was going out. Ellen Perez is watching, and Ellen is in agreement that that was definitely going wide.
I'm not sure, Ellen.
Not going to let it go.
Todd's about to slide you some money when he sees you
say,
next
Ellen,
week.
he may be all over Channel 9, but he doesn't do the recruiting. You don't need to do things like that, trust me.
Love 30.
Well, this didn't look likely.
No, we've got to get focused here because this could be a bit of a comeback here from GB. As I said, he hadn't been under any stress whatsoever on service games, Zielinski, and here we are at love 30.
Yeah. Second service.
Wow.
Love 40.
That one came back with interest. So 3 break points to get it back on serve for Team GB.
In
essence, with the deciding point, you could say it's 4. One gone.
Oh no.
Well, if there's one thing over the few matches that I've watched Charlie play here in mixed, there's just a few too many of these that have been missed, that have been costly. That's well above net height, and he catches it slightly near the throat and loses control, and, well, that's what the captain thought of it.
Oh, how quickly those 3 break points go.
Deciding points.
Still one to play with.
So from break point, 3 of them gone. They have one more, but this is also a match point. Oh, not sure what Wolinska was doing getting involved in that, and it's costly. It's back on serve now, 5-4, Poland lead.
Team Poland 5 games to 4.
Charlie would have been there anyway, even if she'd have made the volley.
Yeah, it was the wrong ball to get involved on, that was for sure. It's that momentum. Swung. You can tell on her face too that she's sort of like, oops. Pressure has changed. Well, I've got to admit, not many of us were expecting a scoreline to change like that. So well done from Nichols and Broom for Team GB. Back on serve, Charlie with the balls in hand.
Time.
Serving at 4-5.
15 love. First service. Fifteen-all.
And that one was really well played there. She knows that Olivia is not going to get that volley away, and the smash is tough as well. Gets one down, then drives through here. Body weight leaning into that one.
Charlie will want a first serve here. Maybe slide it out wide into Maya's backhand.
40-30. Game team Great Britain.
So here we are, back at 5-all. Good serving.
5 games all. Love 15.
Well, now all of a sudden, we're looking in this return game, love 15.
Love 30.
I think momentum swings in mixed doubles are greater than in any other form of our sport, singles or even men's and ladies doubles. It can just change so quickly.
Oh my goodness me.
15-30.
Almost felt like a double hit. That's what Charlie Broom's having a look at, whether it was one single stroke, because just sitting here, the umpire's chair is just a little bit in the way, but it almost looks as though it was a double hit. Not intentionally.
Yeah, a catch and throw.
Net first service.
It's a bit late to be talking that loud into the mic,
well,
isn't it?
If anyone was nodding off, they're back with us.
No messing about on that smash.
Just took a little bit more pace off it, didn't he?
30.
A couple of the misses had been at full bore on that one, just enough to be able to get the direction right and get it away.
A 30-40.
So, break point from 5-2, and a match point as well along the way. GB potentially with a chance to serve for this set. And they will.
Team
Excellent
Great
stuff.
Britain.
Fighting spirit from Great Britain, and then when we come back, they're going to serve for this second set at 6-5.
Team Great Britain leads 6 games to 5.
Good returning there, good sparkage. It's a late night. Late show.
The late show. The late show with John Thompson. And we still got
it's that late, the DJs refuse to play music.
Giving up at this point.
Everyone's slapping at us in the last train.
That 12:51 train looks ominous now, doesn't it?
The good thing is we've still got the buzzer as well.
Yeah. We're in safe hands, don't worry. first time the buzzer gets used all week when no one's in the stadium.
Well, there was some entertaining conversation in the team zone of Great Britain in that changeover. All having to do with the team still hanging in there, and all of a sudden, from 5-2, looking like they were heading to the transport desk, that they've got an opportunity to win this set.
They just relaxed a little.
So Olivia Nichols serving for the set.
Love 15. At 15 all.
Well, good move here. Just times it perfectly. Doesn't get that one away once again, though, but gets lucky to put that one there in terms of it came back into the right spot.
He's so close on the net there.
That's where, and if you get too close, you actually, you can't follow through. And that's a better return. Lose the line.
That's that one a few times today on the backhand.
I guess that's one of my pet peeves about when you get too close to the net, because to be able to get the ball through the court, you actually need to have a little bit more of a follow through on the volley. And when you're that close, if you were to follow through, it actually hit the net, which of course is a loss of point.
At 15-14.
The pendulum swings back the other way. Break points to level. Oh, great smash. Good tennis all round. Good court covering from Poland.
13-14.
May Charlie Broom have to play one more smash here. Good anticipation there, and he says mine, and that's a great angle.
Siding point.
That was sensational. Held her ground, racket out in front. And with the pace that it came at, she got some pace to go back and get it away. So, the 2 break points saved. And this is a deciding point, which for Team GB would mean a set point.
Okay, Team Poland.
Oh, it catches the edge of the line.
Oh, instead of a match tie break, it's a second set tie break.
That resembles that backhand that Iga Swiatek made at break point down 4-all in the 3rd set against Katie Bolter.
Well, he left it.
So it will be a breaker to decide the second set.
Team Poland.
Well, Zielinski-Petch was quite free and easy in that first set and almost 3 quarters, and it just has tensed up a little bit here in trying to finish this off.
Yeah, it was almost going too well, wasn't it? And they were super relaxed, and then suddenly got down a couple of points on his own service game. And things have changed, there's no doubt about it. Too difficult to finish it off.
Team Great Britain.
About now with that first serve. So important.
Yeah. Team Poland did a great job in the first set of keeping the first serve percentage high.
At 3-2, Team Poland.
So Zielinski's done her part, holding her 2 points on serve, and now the pressure goes on to Nichols.
Oh, well done. That was a tricky overhead.
Good first volley. Nice and deep. Put the pressure on. All Zielinski had was the lob, so really well done there.
Great first volley, mate. Here we go.
Got caught in no man's land.
Here we go, guys. Stop. Keep at it.
And backpedaling. Very hard to pick up those types of balls if you start getting the body weight going backwards. Got to hold your ground or be quicker to get back onto the baseline and get some position.
Just had a long day.
A 4-3, Team Poland.
Well, that's the problem you have if you're Charlie. You know you've got to try to help, and that's where Zielinski good, because she says, okay, I'm going to pick my spot, and I'm just going to take it down the line. If he covers there, well, that's okay.
Another mini break with Zielinski serving.
It's a great combination.
A 5-3, Team Poland.
Well, he would have liked that one when he had match point on the deciding point at 5-3. Had to work a little harder, but now they've got 3 more opportunities to put this match to bed and get the clean sweep on Ken Mosel Arena here.
Team Poland.
This morning. And he gives it up with the double. A valiant effort from Team GB.
He stood up, 6-2,
But in the
7-6.
end, Poland too strong.
Fun matchup. The Brits couldn't get the win on the board today, but they've had a great week. Team Poland, though, fantastic form ahead of the semi-finals. Zelensky really showing his experience on the doubles court today, and that was the standout factor. They had the better start, and from there just back themselves when needed.
Still a fantastic effort from Great Britain throughout this United Cup. They lost their #1 male player in Jack Draper just before the tournament started because of injury. Hopefully Jack's right to get down to Melbourne for the Australian Open. Obviously one of the stars, up-and-coming stars of the tour. But to win their group, get through to the quarters and put up a valiant effort here tonight in both of the singles matches was impressive. But this is a team, of course, that is one of the favourites to perhaps win this tournament.
A lot of depth with both singles players being so highly ranked, but also the fact that you can rely on Zelensky in the mixed doubles if needed to. And super impressed by his partner tonight. Maya showed off some great skill from the back of the court, but also at the net, had the feel, and they were a really solid partnership considering that she's probably never played a mixed doubles match.
No, yeah, maybe a bit of club tennis or something of the like, but not on tour. So that was a big win for Poland, and she'll get a lot of confidence out of that. I mean, she's on the cusp of breaking into the top 100, both singles and doubles. She's just in the 120s. And has had a lot of experience, as we mentioned at the start of the match. She grew up playing alongside of Iga Swiatek, partnering Iga in a lot of events as juniors. But Mark Petchey, he's got himself ready. He's chomping at the bit to chat to Team Poland, and they're now with him.
Well done. Well played. Just want to say congratulations. Also, congratulations to the fans. It's 1:45 in the morning. And it's amazing that you are here supporting this team. What a great day it's been. Maya, what a great time it's been for you as well. You just won your first 125 in December of last year. We're in the new year. Things are looking great in your career right now.
Well, yeah, definitely. I've been on a winning streak. Hopefully, I will continue to play this way. I'm very happy to add this win for Team Poland today alongside Janek, so let's keep going.
Yeah, well played. Jan, you were looking great out there. You were flawless, and then you stepped up to the line to serve for it. Couldn't quite get it done.
What can I say? It was a little too smooth, you know. We wanted to make it a little more exciting. It's the first mixed doubles for Maya, as she said. I wanted her to feel a little bit more tension, how it is in a real mixed doubles, a lot of momentum changes, you know. So, no, but overall, great match, great playing from their side. They raised their level definitely from that moment on, but we kept our composure, and Maya stepped up in a tiebreak, and then in the last game, service game, so to take the win.
Yeah, you played superbly. Obviously, you're not used to playing in such big stadiums all the time. How much fun was that?
Yeah, definitely. I really love the stadium. I think it's like very cozy, honestly. I just really wanted to thank everyone who stayed today to support us because it's really late and I also want to go sleep, so bravo.
Well, we're going to go and let you go and sleep. Any chance you're going to play with Maya in the defence of your Australian Open mixed doubles title? Or have you already got somebody lined up?
Yeah, our ranking is not high enough to play together, but hopefully one day. But in Australia, I'll be defending the title from last year with my mixed doubles partner Sue Wakes. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully we'll take the title again.
Yeah, well, it was a magnificent year for you last year, Jan. We hope you continue to have a great week. Enjoy your day off tomorrow. That was good fun. Well done.
So confirmation of the defending champs teaming up again at the Australian Open, Sue O'Shea and Jan Zielinski.
I like that he did some digging for us there.
Yes, that was good of
Thanks, Patch.
So everybody's getting ready to zip up the bags, get home and get some rest.
It is past their bedtime,
absolutely.
That's for sure.
Well, let's take a look at the match summary. We've got a little bit more work to do here. Have a look at the first serve percentages in 81%. That's good. Nichols and Broome at 75. You'd still be very pleased with that. They just got behind early in the match by virtue of not winning the key points.
Yeah, you just have a look at that break points won. 2 out of 8. It could have been an entirely different scoreline if you're able to convert a few more of those, given how quickly the momentum shifts in the mix.
And 3 out of 4 went to deciding point of the first 4 games. So tight in the end. And this is the scores of earlier this evening. The men's singles was up first. Hubert Hurkacz defeated Billy Harris 7-6, 7-5. It was a very tight duel indeed. And then you take us through the women's singles because you were on that with commentary.
Oh, it was such good fun. The ball striking was incredible. Iga Swiatek was tested to her very limits today, so to come through that in almost 3 hours, huge win for the world number 2.
So Poland win 3-0. They're on to the semi-finals as we take a look at the road to the final. And you can see they will take on Kazakhstan, who defeated Germany 2-1 in the quarterfinals, that match in Perth. United States beat China 3-0 in Perth. They've both made their way over to Sydney in the last 10 hours or so they landed. Some of the teams have had a practice and been out here to Sydney Olympic Park. And then later this afternoon, it will be Italy to take on Czechia for a place against the USA. And that's what the order of play looks like tomorrow, Laura.
Paulina Markova. Couldn't ask for anything better to kick things off. Excited to be back here very soon.
And that'll be Flavio Caboli to take on Thomas Mahac. And then the mixed, and that will be entertaining. We'll see what happens though. Everybody's got to get a bit of a rest as we say a very good morning. And we'll see you later today here at Ken Rosewall Arena. Poland have had